Ugh. Welcome. Tonight, we will be listening to a Cooper episode. Actually, two episodes about British Israelism. Oh, where the fuck did my camera go? Oh, I almost had a tick on me today. Well, actually, the tick was on me, but I flicked it off real quick somehow. And then I searched the floor with the flashlight, found the tick, and then I took the dab torch and burned it. The tick was no more. Let's see. So the world is the world. The world is the world. It makes you wonder if people are awake these days. If they're thinking. I don't know. Well, I guess I'm just gonna go on with the episode. I don't really have any guests or anything. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, I gotta try to watch out for any songs. What's going on?
The Hour of the Time may be contacted at HOTT. That's HOTT, P.O. Box 940, Eager, spelled EAGAR, in the state of Arizona, 85925. Our phone number is 928-333-2942, and our website is www.houroftetime.com.
Good evening. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Once again, folks, make sure that you have pen and paper by your side, because once again we're going to talk about something that you need to know, and something that also some people are going to find extremely controversial. Be that as it may, we're still going to talk about it. I'm tired. We took the dogs up on top of the mountain today to run and play in the deep snow, and got stuck twice, and that's with a four-wheel drive vehicle. It was a lot of fun, and I worked my tail off getting out of there. So I'm a little bit sore and very tired. So I hope that will take that into consideration if I make some mistakes tonight. We're going to be discussing British Israelism, known in this country as Christian identity. It is a racist doctrine that proclaims a master race, descended from the house of David, actually farther back than that. They claim that they are the descendants of Seth, and that everybody else in the world are the descendants of Cain. And if you ain't one of them, you ain't nothing. You ain't nobody, and they don't want you around. Simple as that. They're racist in everything that they do and say, although if you ask them about it, they will tell you that they are racialist. And that they really don't have any objections to other races, they just don't want to live with them. And I'm here to tell you that's the biggest bunch of BS you ever heard in your life. If these people ever came to a position of real power, by real power I mean control, they would destroy anyone who doesn't believe as they believe, who doesn't look like they look, and isn't of their race. Now, I'm not just whistling Dixie here, folks. I've studied these people for a long time. I didn't even really know they existed until I started doing my radio broadcast. And all of a sudden I started getting pamphlets and books and letters of congratulations from these people who all thought for some reason that because I opposed the tyranny of those who would destroy this country, that I was somehow one of them. And when they found out that I was not, that I was part Native American, and that I was married to a Chinese woman, I got baskets full and bushels full and big boxes full of the most vicious, vile, despicable, uncouth hate mail that I ever imagined anyone could ever get in their entire life, or that ever existed. I just simply did not know that this type of thing was going on. And they even attacked my wife and children for no reason at all other than they are who they are. And so I thought, gee, I better find out who these people are really quick, because they're dangerous. They want to destroy my children simply because they're not pure Aryan. Now that made me very angry, and it makes a lot of other people angry also. They claim that they are the true Israelites. Now this is the strangest claim I've ever heard in my life, ladies and gentlemen, because I've never met one of these people who speaks Hebrew, who actually celebrates the actual Hebrew holidays that the Israelites practiced. They can't read Hebrew, and they mistranslate all the time. Of course, they mistranslate in their favor. But nevertheless, they mistranslate all the time. They'll take somebody else's translation and twist the meaning to mean what they want it to mean, because they don't really understand the original Hebrew. They are descendants of Northern Europeans. Now this is really easy to research, folks. Anybody can do it. You can go back and research the records of the Roman Empire when they went into Northern Europe, when they met the Celts and the Picts and the Gauls and the Teutonic tribes of Germany. These were not Hebrews, ladies and gentlemen. They were not the descendants of Hebrews at all. These were wild men. And I mean wild in every sense of the word. They went into battle stark naked, covered with clay. The Picts were famous for that. I could go on and on and on. They were steeped in nature worship. None of the original religious aspect of the Hebrews came into play with any of these tribes whatsoever. Another strange claim by these people, the British Israelites, is that they are the original progenitors, so to speak, the creators of civilization. Yet in the Middle East, in Africa, and in Asia, there were great civilizations that existed long before these people ever even learned to put a loincloth on, much less become civilized. Their answer to that is that they descended from those Eastern and Middle Eastern civilizations, and that they arrived in Northern Europe by some great circuitous route of migration. That doesn't wash either, ladies and gentlemen. If you study these people, you'll find that they most probably came, and I'm talking about the Northern Europeans, they most probably, according to scientists, but you can't really trust them either. You see, they say the American Indians came to North America across a land bridge from Siberia, and they're really Mongols who changed over a period of time and became North American Indians. What we call Indians, they're not Indians at all, they're just North Americans. But the American Indians say that that's not true. They have their own history, and they dispute that. And modern science has a way of changing its story through the years anyway. But they say that the Northern Europeans actually migrated from India. Now, I've been to India several times in my life, ladies and gentlemen, and I haven't seen anybody in the country of India, even in the highest caste groups, that resemble Northern Europeans. Sorry, but there just isn't anybody there who has that kind of resemblance. The ancient Hebrews did not look like Northern Europeans either. Another claim made by these people is that Adam, the father of the human race, and I can't understand why they make this sort of distinction, because Adam was the father of Seth and Cain. But they claim Cain was not produced by a union between Adam and Eve, but by a union between Eve and Satan. And they claim that Cain was the offspring of that union between Eve and Satan. It's all baloney, folks. It's the biggest crock of baloney that anybody's ever spouted ever in history. One of their explanations of this is that the true son of Adam was white, and that Adam actually means blood in the cheeks. When you research that word, you'll find that that's not what it means at all. They claim that Cain was actually a dark-skinned child born of the union between Eve and Satan. You know, there is this it really gets wild, folks. It really does. And when you research this name of Adam, you find that it means no such thing. It does not mean blood in the cheeks. And it comes from a long line of myths that existed long before the Bible was ever written, or the Jews became a nation, or the Hebrews became a nation known as Israel. And I'm just going to read to you a couple of short paragraphs from the Holy Grail by Malcolm Godwin, who himself is a British Israelist, but he tells the truth. And so that's what we're interested in on this broadcast. He says, and I quote, "So far we have examined the historical bloodlines, but the blood which courses through the veins of the Grail myth carries with it the hint of something far more dangerous and powerful, like some dark magical ingredient which runs far deeper in ancient tunnels of the collective unconscious. We briefly glimpsed the dark spring tides under the moon and the quickening of life. At the time when the Grail legends first appeared, it was generally accepted that the blood women spilled at the moon was responsible for new birth. They didn't know the biological functioning of the sexual organs or the process of the creation of a fetus in the womb. They had no idea at that time. So they believed that the blood women spilled at the moon, or their menstrual period, was responsible for new birth. Here's what he says about that. Blood which was retained in the womb was believed to coagulate into a child. Even Aristotle claimed that human life is a coagulum of menstrual blood, while the Roman Pliny, author of the Encyclopedia Natural History, insisted that it formed the material substance of generation. This curious notion was still taught in European medical schools only 200 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. Far earlier, the ancient Mesopotamian goddess Ninhursag was said to have created humankind out of clay mixed with her, quote, blood of life, end quote. The Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians borrowed this and similar creation myths to form their own. Now listen to this carefully. Remember, this person is a British Israelist. And he says, quote, even the name Adam can be traced to the feminine Adama, A-D-A-M-A-H, meaning bloody clay. So there you have it. And when you trace it back yourself, you'll find the same thing. It does not mean blood in the cheeks. Never did mean blood in the cheeks. Cannot mean blood in the cheeks. Now I'm going to give you the research of the Executive Intelligence Review, and this report is dated November 14, 1997. This is one of the best research organizations in the world, as far as I'm concerned. I don't particularly subscribe to their politics, but I do have great respect for their research, because I've duplicated it in almost every instance. I don't research everything they research, and they don't research everything that I have researched. But when we both research the same thing, the results are identical, which means these people are looking for the truth as I am, and they're not trying to put something in there that's not there. They tell it like it is. And so tonight, I'm going to tell it like it is. So take note of this. Make notes. Remember, listen to everyone, read everything, believe absolutely nothing unless you can prove it in your own research. Here we go. British Israelites and Empire. One of the most glaring examples of British intelligence-sponsored psychological warfare against the United States is the bizarre ideology called variously British Israelism or Christian identity. Victims of this foreign-sponsored ideological virus can be found to hold key positions in the Patriot movement and other movements which may be committed to the destruction of the American Republic. Not all patriots are Christian identity or British Israelism. And I can assure you that British Israelism and Christian identity people who call themselves patriots are not. They have no interest in restoring the Constitution for the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. They want to split this country, and they want the Northwest the four states in the northwest corner of the United States as their own nation. So all of these people running around calling themselves patriots who also believe in Christian identity or British Israelism are liars. They are lying to all of us. They have been linked, ladies and gentlemen, to the terrorist bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City in 1995. There are many links to that bombing at a city in eastern Oklahoma called Elohim City, which is a Christian identity, British Israelist community. And more broadly, a significant portion of what today claims to be Christianity in American society is consciously or unconsciously based on religious belief structures designed by the British Colonial Office to undermine Christianity in general and the American Republican form of government in specific. British Israelism is a syncretic organization which in its simplest variant claims that the Anglo-Saxon Celtic race is the true 10 lost tribes of Israel, that the British sovereign is descended from King David, and that as such, an all-encompassing British Empire is biblically prophesied to rule the world in the few final days before Jesus Christ touches down on the Mount of Olives and ends human history. That's what they all want you to believe. None of it is true. They are not descended from King David. They are not Hebrews. They are not the 10 lost tribes of Israel. The tribes of Israel, folks, were never lost in the first place, in case you didn't know that. None of them were ever lost. The Bible does not say that they got lost. It's a scam. There are many variations on this theme. Some versions say that the horrors described in the book of Revelations have begun, and others believe that the tribulations are yet to come. Almost all, even the militant anti-Semites, looked to the Mideast, to Jerusalem, and yearned for the final rebuilding of Solomon's temple, which will be the incontrovertible sign that the end of the world is nigh. These people are also rabid Zionists, ladies and gentlemen. The roots of British Israelism are obscure, but some trace it to the late Elizabethan period in England, a time which coincided with the consolidation of the Church of England and the beginnings of Britain's maritime empire, as well as the creation of a full-time secret intelligence service. It's also the time, ladies and gentlemen, when the Royal House of England had to come up with some legitimate reason to oppose the Vatican and the Pope and pronounce their Anglican Church the real and only true church. And remember, there was no need for an Anglican Church until Henry VIII wanted to get a divorce, and the Pope said no. And that was the beginning of all of this. You see, all of a sudden, King Henry VIII told the Pope to go stick it where the sun don't shine, and he divorced his wife anyway under the Anglican Church. And you all know the story of the opposition in England and what happened to them. And then the British monarchy had to justify all of their actions, and that's when all of a sudden, right then and there, they became descended from the house of David and possessed the only really divine right to rule. Now, how did this happen? Well, folks, sometime in the near future, they're going to say that they've uncovered historical evidence that Christ did not really die upon the cross, that he fathered children with Mary Magdalene. Those children, along with Joseph of Arimathea, Mary Magdalene, and the children and the bones of Jesus Christ were taken from the Middle East to the British Isles, and blah, 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 blah. Under the throne of England, there is a stone which they claim is Jacob's pillar. And anyway, let me continue with this report. It might take 2 nights to cover this because there's a lot to talk about here. Remember, it's all baloney. None of it is true. One person who is reputed to have contributed to the early development of the British Israel ideology is John Dee, a fellow of Trinity College and advisor to Queen Elizabeth, who openly practiced black magic and prophecy. He was among the first to talk of England as an empire. Also, Sir Francis Drake, Elizabeth's favorite pirate, was notoriously partial to describing the fledgling empire of England as Israel and the New Jerusalem. You see, folks, if they can use these terms and convince the rabble, that's you, in case you didn't know that. The socialists call you the masses. If they can convince you that it's all true, and you believe in the Bible, then you have to bow down to these people and let them rule you. You see, one of the first mind control operations. The beginning of the 17th century saw the rise of hundreds of cults across Europe. The majority of these, including what would later be known as British Israelism, can be traced to the efforts of Venice's top psychological warfare officer, Paolo Sarpi. Venetian strategic interests demanded that Europe be kept controlled and divided, and that the scientific breakthroughs of the Renaissance and the implication of those breakthroughs for the growth of human mental freedom had to be destroyed. You see, Venice had long learned that manipulation of religion is one of the most potent methods to control societies. Heck, the Pope had known that from the 3rd century, when the Emperor Constantine called the Council of Nicaea, and they sat down and determined what were going to be the books of the Bible, and burned and destroyed and searched out and hid or completely obliterated everything that opposed what they chose to be in the Bible. There was no Bible before. There was a whole bunch of different books that all were written by different authors that claimed to tell the real history of the religion. Not just the Christian religion, but all the other religions. And the Pope, over the years, combined the early teachings of Christ, the teachings of the early church, with all of the different pagan religions to create what is known today as modern Christianity. He even changed the day of worship from the 7th day, which is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, to the first day, which is the venerable day of the sun, in order to pacify the sun worshippers and bring them under the control of the Catholic Church. Don't think so? Well, get your head out of the books that are written by those who want you to believe in them and start studying the real history of the world, and you'll find out that it's really true. Heck, the Pope even changed the Ten Commandments, which Moses claimed were handed down to him from God. Now that's pretty arrogant, don't you think? Now, I'm not anti-Catholic. I'm just pro-truth. I don't care which religion you worship, as long as you do it in the light of truth. And if you choose to worship a mixture of truth and lies, or all truth, or something in between all of that, I don't care. But all you're ever going to get from me on this broadcast is the truth. I'll fight and die for your right to worship at whatever altar, whatever God you choose. Because that's the only way I know I can have the freedom to worship at the altar and worship my God when and how I choose. You see, if I take your right away from you, I've also taken it from myself. But I've also learned over the years, ladies and gentlemen, that to live in a lie is to live a life already dead. And there is no such thing as choosing the lesser of two evils. Evil is evil. And if you choose evil, whether it's lesser or greater, you are living an evil life. I choose truth. But I hope you do too. See, these Venetian strategies and the interests of the rulers wanted Europe controlled. And they wanted the population divided amongst, or against, I should say, itself, just like today. And they foster and promote things that will divide people against each other. They didn't want the scientific breakthroughs of the Renaissance and any of the implications of those breakthroughs for the growth of human mental freedom to flourish. They had to be destroyed. These things were dangerous to those who ruled. Just like this broadcast is dangerous to those who rule today. What you're hearing on this broadcast, what you always hear on this broadcast, is the reason why William Jefferson Clinton, President of the United States of America, called me the most dangerous radio host in America. If you don't believe that, check around. Rush Limbaugh read it. It was written in a White House memo. Rush Limbaugh got a copy of it, read it on the air, right after the Oklahoma City bombing, in an effort to demonize me and vindicate himself. But whatever the reason, it was the greatest feather in my cap ever. It's a great compliment to me to have been so honored. Venice had long learned that manipulation of religion is one of the most potent methods to control societies. The Roman Empire knew it, used it. It's being used against you today, ladies and gentlemen. Venetian agents had a direct hand in the English King Henry VIII's break with Rome, and in the creation of the theocratic Church of England, or the Anglican Church. Venice, you see, was crucial to the transformation of Martin Luther's ill-formed movement into a Europe-wide Protestant schism, and Venice was equally pivotal in shaping the Vatican's countermeasures, thus ensuring decades of religious warfare. Martin Luther, whether you realize it or not, used the seal of the Rose and Cross on his correspondence. He was a member of the secret mystery religion known as the Rosicruciate. Within this Venetian onslaught, Paolo Sarpi's particular specialty was science. One of the greatest dangers to the oligarchical world outlook had arisen in the mid-15th century when Nicolaus of Cusa, in effect, founded modern science and threatened to sweep away the mental straitjacket of Aristotelianism. Why do they have to make words? Why do they have to put an ism on Aristotle? Why can't they say the mental straitjacket of Aristotle? Sarpi's job was to repackage Aristotle's discredited method in seductive new ways. Sarpi's primary tool was what we today call empiricism, the insistence that science is not based on creativity, but is merely the discovery of the rules of nature, which we deduce from the facts which impinge upon our senses. Now, Aristotle wasn't a bad guy, and he wasn't discredited. Aristotle was the father of reason, ladies and gentlemen, in case you believe what the EIR said right there. As a skilled intelligence operator, Sarpi did not simply create one ideological package, but several. Then, whichever one took hold could be further sponsored. Some cult variants were designed to appeal to scientists and had little to say about religion. Others were openly religious. Some flavored for Catholics, some for Protestants, and yet others were meant to draw in people who were confused about religion in general. Sarpi relied heavily on the ideas originally developed by Gnosticism. Of course, and a Gnostic would, of course, ladies and gentlemen, say that Aristotle was wrong. Gnosticism was a cult of obscure Eastern origin which held that the universe, including the deity itself, was absolutely divided into spirit and the filthy degeneration of spirit called matter. A key belief of the Gnostics was that transcendence from the world of matter was dependent on secret knowledge. Gnosis means knowledge, which was attainable only by an elite of the sect who had achieved purity and had become born again out of the evil flesh. In other words, the hierarchy of the adepts known as the Illuminati. In the 11th and 12th centuries, Europe had seen large-scale Gnostic heresies, notably the Cathari, or pure ones, and their violent suppression. This Gnostic secret knowledge ideology is what Sarpi and his two famous collaborators, Galileo Johannes Kepler. Under the Gnostic methodology, science explicitly becomes the same as alchemy, prophecy, or magic, which are all just a matter of hitting upon the right combination of chemicals, the right incantation, the plausible interpretation, or the illusion. This took many forms, including a few which contributed directly, ladies and gentlemen, to British Israelism. Francis Bacon, whom many classify as the founder of modern scientific method, explicitly saw science as nothing more than forcibly wresting from nature the secrets that God, a Gnostic deity containing good as well as evil, has maliciously refused to reveal. Bacon's text, The New Atlantis, which suggested that England could become the site of the new King Solomon's Temple, became the founding document of the British scientific espionage operation known as the Royal Society and the source of what is known as this country as America's secret destiny. It was here that Bacon coined the ominous phrase, quote, knowledge is power, end quote.
Okay, well, so the modern Gnosticism is more Eastern. It's all symbolism of the Eastern Orient. The old Gnosticism was uh, Coptic Christianity, basically mixed with Egyptian alchemy. I mean, that's. I mean, really, to put a word on it, it's like all these modern Gnostics. Oh, there's only one gnosis. Gnosis is just a word for when you come to an accurate conclusion. That's all it means. It's not. It doesn't mean one particular thing. That's why modern times are so fucking retarded. Okay, back to this.
This original Royal Society held alchemy and ghost hunting on the same scientific level as astronomy and chemistry. Another cult spun out of the Sarpi network, which contributes to many forms of British Israel as well as to Freemasonry and Theosophy, is Rosicrucianism. Martin Luther was a member of that organization. Here again, the earliest origins are obscure and include unverifiable reference to the crusading Knights Templar, officially the Poor Knights of the Temple of Solomon, and to various satanic cults. I can tell you absolutely that they can be traced right to the door of the Knights Templar. According to Masonic legend, a small group of Knights Templar escaped the Inquisition for the order's practice of the Eastern Baphomet cult, whose initiation rite involved spitting on the visage of Christ, to fight with King David Bruce at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, thereby engendering the origins of British Freemasonry and of Rosicrucianism. Within higher order Freemasonry, the degree of Rose-Cross is known as the degree of revenge against the Pope and the French king. Thus, the Jacobinites of the Duc d'Orleans, Philip Eaglite, during the French Revolution, were known to be followers of Neo-Templarism. Don't go away, folks. We'll be right back.
Don't forget who I showed you knew the Duke d'Orleans last night or the night before. I have a feeling he's about to play a song.
After this very short pause, while I sort of wet my whistle with a cup of water here.
Let's see. Oh, whoa.
For a militia to join, if you find a militia that's harvest-trust.org.
Okay,
Head on out. Take a look at it. See what you think.
The website doesn't work anymore.
And
don't go
then
to
leave
it.
a message on our Voices page, which is a forum where you can talk to other people who visit the webpage all across this country. Let me see here. Where was I? Shall endeavor to find my place. Here it is. Notwithstanding their primordial roots, the Rosicrucians' strict adherence to a system of esoteric secret knowledge made them grist for Sarpi's Gnostic mill. One of the few solid pieces of evidence we have about Rosicrucianism is that it was popularized in the early 17th century by a book by German theologian Johann Valentin Andrea titled Fama Fraternitatis. That's Fama Fraternitatis. Andrea's book described the fictional activities of one Christian Rosenkreutz, who after studying the magical theories of the East, returned to found a new society. Andrea's book was used as an organizing document by several of Bacon's more occult-oriented contemporaries, including Robert Flood and Sir Elias Ashmole, later the founder of speculative Freemasonry, with its first lodge in London in 1717. The introduction to Fama Fraternitatis is a reprint from the works of Traiano Boccalini, a Venetian theologian and a close friend of Sarpi. I believe that's Boccalini. I believe that's the correct pronunciation. Traiano Boccalini, a Venetian theologian and a close friend of Sarpi, and who also wrote La Balancia Politica, the first book in history to describe the need for a balance of power to rule Europe. At the same time, Sarpi's operations also encompassed several strictly religious ideologies. Venice had previously encouraged the most extreme Protestant forms, like Calvinism and its English variant, Puritanism, while simultaneously working to harden and militarize Catholicism against them. In the early 17th century, Sarpi's collaborators, like the oligarchical Sandys brothers in England and the legal theorist Hugo Grotius in Holland, began calling for yet a new religion, which would supposedly chart a third way between the extremes of Calvin's theocracy and the Vatican Jesuits. Typically, ladies and gentlemen, this new form would be based on Gnostic-style secret knowledge, the discovery of the original form, the Prisca Theologica, as they called it, of Christianity, before, as they claim, it was deformed by the early church, including St. Paul, and lost to man. Well, at least they're correct in that respect, folks. That's the truth. There is no church, organization, or group on the face of this earth today that calls itself Christian that actually practices what Christ taught and what the early first Christians believed and practiced. And that's the truth. I don't care what you call yourselves, and I don't care how mad this statement makes you, and I don't care how much you hate me for saying it, it is the truth. I was amazed because I was baptized in the Southern Baptist Church in Midwest City, Oklahoma, when I was, 13 years old, I believe. And I believed what they taught me and read the Bible and thought that it was all the way it was supposed to be. And I had been around to other churches, had been to many other religions, as a matter of fact. In my travels with my father as a boy, he was an Air Force officer, and for most of my boyhood, we lived in foreign countries. And so I got a good exposure to most of the religions of the world. I can remember when we lived in the Azores Islands, which are Portuguese. The maid used to take us on Sunday to the Catholic Church. And so I was exposed to these things. It wasn't until I really began researching the history of the world, and believe me, folks, I did not want to find what I found. I was not looking to prove myself or my religion wrong. Not at that time. Today I'm looking for the truth. I don't care what gets proven wrong, because I've learned that most of us live our entire lives in a complete fantasy, in a complete deception of lies and manipulations without even knowing it, never looking to see if it's true or not. Most of us belong to the church we belong to simply because our parents did. Or as a young and impressionable age, we were proselytized or recruited into it. And usually when we're recruited into it, we're not told the truth. We find that out sometime later. Very few people who belong to any church in this world today ever set out to study all the different religions and churches and theosophy and theology and mystical, or I should say mysticism, in order to find out which one is really telling the truth and which one is really the right one for them to belong to. It doesn't happen. Whatever church they end up in becomes the only right church with the only correct dogma and the only right message and the only path to heaven. Everybody else is going to hell. Isn't that the way it works? Isn't that the way it works, ladies and gentlemen? And of course, every preacher and every member of his church can pick Bible passages out of context to support whatever it is that they say is right. Without fail, they can all do that. See, I don't think that if the Bible is the inspired Word of God, that God would want it ever to be used in that manner, to tell you the truth. The writer Edwin Sandys even stated that this new religion should be an amalgamation of the Church of England plus the kind of Catholicism then practiced in places like Venice. Much of the religious history of 17th century England can be characterized as various factions' attempts to decipher the secrets of the Bible and revive the, quote, old-time religion, end quote. Indeed, much of the original theology of such modern groups as the Quakers, the Pietists, and the Unitarians derives from these debates. And if anybody ever got close, it's the Quakers. This is a major reason why the Cromwellian Revolution of the mid-century saw intense public debates over biblical texts that might be used to proclaim that English law was in conformity with the laws of the Israelites and allowed the Roundheads to claim that London was the new Jerusalem. Oliver Cromwell's offer to let the Jews return to England after centuries of exile, ladies and gentlemen, was not humanitarian. And Oliver Cromwell did not all of a sudden come up with some great love for Jews. It was made in the hope that the Jews could somehow reveal their biblical secrets and that somehow this action would give legitimacy to the claim of the royal house of England to be direct descendants of the house of David and the real Israel. John Milton's intense study of the Kabbalah and other Jewish esoteric texts was to the same end. And the Kabbalah, ladies and gentlemen, has become the basic tenet of the secret religion of all of the so-called secret fraternal orders and secret societies of the world. Even after the monarchy was restored in 1660, the debate merely intensified. Typical is Sir Isaac Newton, who was devoted to the search for Prisca Theologica, a Freemason in the tradition of Sir Elias Ashmole. Newton studied alchemy and corresponded with John Locke on the subject. Like Archbishop James Ussher at the beginning of the century, Newton claimed to have divined the secret chronology of the Bible. In his book, The Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms, Newton presented a scheme for the rebuilding of Solomon's Temple. Many of Newton's last years were spent writing notes for a book of prophecy based on the revelation of St. John, in which he described the ultimate destruction of the Antichrist, by which he meant the Roman Pope. By Newton's time, England had not only taken over the oligarchy's imperial mantle from Venice, it had also become the cult center of the world. And just as Sarpi had planned, the corruption of the religious belief was vital to the corruption of scientific understanding. A very large reason why Newton's empiricist theories became so widespread was that they conformed to the new corrupt theologies. Indeed, the English clergy and their colleagues became Newton's greatest popularizers. The one person who fully understood this was the greatest scientist of his day, Gottfried Leibniz. When the Royal Society realized that they must use Newton to destroy Leibniz's influence and began an international defamation campaign, Leibniz responded in a famous series of letters to Newton's friend Dr. Samuel Clarke. And it is telling that Leibniz opened what was to be one of the great works of science with the line, quote, "Natural religion itself seems to be declining in England," end quote. Understatement, don't you think? There are millions of Americans, ladies and gentlemen, who are now involved in Pentecostal, charismatic, and millennialist religious activity, including some who may be reading this right now. Having good feelings about those activities is not enough. That can be pure salesmanship. Simply knowing that your group is involved in good works is not enough. The New Testament warns against that kind of thinking. There are a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing these days, demanding that you look beneath the surface and find out what are the core beliefs of your congregation. You may be shocked to find that your co-religionists have ideas which make it impossible for them to understand any kind of real research on this issue. Ask your minister or your priest or your friends and find out. Start a fight and do it intentionally, because that's how the truth comes out. Very quickly, you will see some lies flung out in defense. The single most important test is what your congregation believes about man being in the image of God. This point is often taken for granted because the Scripture tells us that God made man and woman in His image, and therefore, if you believe Scripture, you believe that. Not so. There's a lot of Protestant denominations that believe that Adam and Eve were made in the image of God, but that this image was hopelessly tarnished after their fall. Therefore, some say only the saved are truly in the image of God, and the rest of humanity are second-class souls. Now, this kind of thinking often afflicts the person who is loudly opposed to anything that would take a life before birth, theoretically saving an elected soul, but who cannot muster much care for those lazy souls that God has apparently abandoned to their fate. And another important clue to what your congregation really believes can be found in their understanding of the role of reason in the worship of God. For instance, many people who call themselves fundamentalists become quite agitated at the mention of Philo, the Jewish philosopher of Alexandria, or the church father Augustine. The best-selling apocalyptics Hal Lindsey and John Walvoord have both written tracts against Philo because the Platonic philosopher proved that any attempt at scriptural prophecy was a narcissistic and impious attempt to make God conform to man's schedule. Scripture, said Philo, was a metaphor. And I've said it many times on this broadcast. It's true. Subject to a deepening interpretation as man grows in understanding. Augustine usually gets a blast for subscribing to Philo on this and related points. But what really perturbs the apocalyptics is Philo's and Augustine's absolute insistence that worship can never be irrational. As Philo beautifully puts it, God insists that His worshipers offer Him only the first fruits. And for man, says Philo, that first fruits to be offered must be our creative reason. That's a sidebar written by Michael Minnesina. Although the preconditions for British Israelism were rampant in England, the first formal statement of the ideology did not occur until the 1790s, when Richard Brothers, a Royal Navy officer who had fought against America in the Revolutionary War, began to write that England was not just theoretically the New Jerusalem, but that the English people themselves were descended from the lost tribes of Israel, and that they must restore the temple in Palestine. Now you see how it's transcended here? First the British people were just the British people. Then all of a sudden, when Henry VIII could not get a divorce, he broke from the Catholic Church and had to have a reason why his church could exist and was superior to the Pope. That reason was that the monarchy was descended from the house of David, and that England was, ladies and gentlemen, the actual 10 lost tribes of Israel, and London was the New Jerusalem. None of it true. Later, a British sea captain says that it is the English people themselves. Never mind that there was never any lost tribes of Israel. They can all be accounted for. Every one of them, folks. And he said that they must restore the temple in Palestine. The time for such theory was not ripe. Brothers was suspected of being a radical and was ultimately confined to an insane asylum. But his philosophy is exactly what has been adopted. And now it's not just the English people, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Aryan race, comprising all the Anglo-Aryan peoples of the Northern European continent, and all of those descended from those people who occupy the North American continent in the United States of America and Canada. So it's gone through 3 stages. But we're only at the second stage here in what we're studying. Oh, I bet there's some angry people out there. I bet they're really just seething. They don't like me. One night, ladies and gentlemen, here's my lineage. I'm English, Scotch, Irish, Native American. My wife is Chinese. My children are English, Scotch, Irish, Native American, and Chinese. Okay? I'm not Jewish. I'm not Hebrew. Never claimed to be. There's nobody in my family tree that we can find who is Hebrew or Jewish whatsoever. If I were, I would be just as proud of that as I am of being Native American, English, Scotch, and Irish. And I would be just as proud that my children would have that blood in them, because people are just people, folks, until they're sucked into these scams and manipulations, and it's used to control them, and then they use it to control others, and then they become bad and evil people. You see? But one night, Pastor Pete Peters, one of the biggest leaders of the British Israelist movement in the United States and what's called a Christian identity, did a whole radio broadcast about how me and anyone else who criticized British Israelism in this country are Jews. And he even had a phone call from somebody who said that he had read my book, and in my book there's a picture of my mother and father. He said, my mother and father look like Jews, therefore I must be a Jew and they're Jews. Well, my mother and father don't look like Jews. There is a stereotyped image of Jewry. Some Jews fit that a little or a lot. Most Jews look like everybody else walking down the street, and you wouldn't be able to tell them apart, no matter if you had a divining rod and a crystal ball. That's the truth. But anyway, my mother and father don't fit that stereotype, neither do I. And most Jews don't either, ladies and gentlemen. The point is that these people are just absolutely rabid in the methods that they use to pull anything out of thin air that will legitimize their position when they can't sit down and prove it with facts and argue it with reason. And so since I've been one of their greatest critics ever since I discovered who they were, when they sent me bushels and bushels of hate mail, threatening to kill me and my wife and my children, labeling me as a race traitor, saying my children were mongrels and that they were fourth-rate animal people, and what they call them, mud people. Called my children mud people, and said that they should be exterminated, and they had no intelligence whatsoever. And every time I see these people, I see their children. It's amazing that my daughter could read when she was 3 years old. She's 7 now and reads better than most high school graduates, or college graduates, I meant to say, and I mean that sincerely. And when I see these people, their excuse for not having their children already brought up to that level is that they're not old enough. Good night, folks. I just can't do this anymore. We'll continue where I left off tomorrow night. And we'll see what happens then, okay? Don't you think this is interesting? God bless each and every single one of you.
Okay, so there's a whole other episode. So he's talking about this British Aryan race Israelism thing that is obviously very wild, not based on reality, and is an insane religion, which I've discussed before. How the crown and the royals, and how it started off with the crown. He's talking about three things that started off with the crown, thinking they were the true tribe of Judah, quote unquote, and then it started off. Then it turned into the second stage of, oh, it's all of England and North Europe, and now it's, he explained it all. Yeah, it's not exactly brain surgery. It's pretty easily to understand that the British and these British Israelists are under some kind of rabid delusion that and the Aryan race conspiracy is directly connected with it.
P.O. Box.
Losing your liberties. Your nation is not.
P.T.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Today is January the 12th, 1998.
Anyway, I got questions about what he was talking about that episode or anything, the complexities of it or anything. I think I've seen some questions, but I forgot what they were. What are you guys talking about? Let's see. Okay, not talking about this subject.
And the world is not in good shape, ladies and gentlemen. This nation is not in good shape. You are very quickly losing your heritage, losing your liberties, your freedom. Your children are losing their opportunities that so many Americans died to hand down to their posterity, or so they thought. I want you to make good note of tonight's broadcast. It is a continuation of that which we did on Friday. This one will be the clarifying mixture, I suspect. And for those of you who don't understand any of it, if you're a Christian and you want to know the truth, just go to the New Testament and read only the words in red. Don't bother with any other word in the whole book. Read only the words in red, for they will lead you to the right path and to the gate, which is narrow. You see, everybody spends so much time allowing themselves, and when I say allowing, I mean it wholeheartedly, for it's the truth, allowing themselves to be grasped in the coils of deception. If you're a Christian, you know that the great deceiver, the great liar, the great manipulator is called Satan. If you want to know where Satan resides, if you want to know who he is, look around and see who is telling you all the lies. It's as simple as that. Who's lying to you, entrapping you, deceiving you, manipulating you, entrapping you, wrapping the coils of the serpent around you? And of course, if you're not a Christian, you're some other religion. The same thing applies, ladies and gentlemen, even if you don't believe in a Satan. Lies and deception and manipulation are wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. And the only people who practice those things are evil people. You see, they have to lie to you, deceive you, and manipulate you, because if they told you the truth, you would throw them into prison and lock them up forever. Now, if you're a Christian and you want to know the truth, go to the red words in the Bible. Don't bother reading any other word in the whole book. They will confuse you. And when you're listening to someone preaching from a pulpit, go look up the red words in the book and see what Jesus Christ himself said. If you're not a Christian, find out who's telling the lies. And do it honestly, leaving your preconceived notions, your prejudices, and your own agenda behind you when you look for the truth. For if you're looking to prove something that you already believe, you will only find evidence to support it. You will not ever discover the truth. The truth is so important, for this is the age of deception. Almost everyone in the world today is leading a life of fantasy, lies, deception, and they are being manipulated by the fathers, the perpetrators, the inventors of those lies. For instance, I really don't have to spend hours on this British Israelite master race, God's chosen people, all this other kind of stuff thing. All I have to do is quote one thing that Jesus Christ himself said. For all of this is being manipulated in Christianity and Zionism. And it's all a lie. Jesus Christ said, "Whosoever shall believeth in me shall have everlasting life." He didn't say anything about whosoever that belongs to the Anglo-Saxon Aryan race that believeth in me shall have everlasting life. He didn't say that. He didn't say whosoever is descended from the house of David and believeth in me shall have everlasting life. He didn't say whoever is black and believeth in me shall have everlasting life. He didn't say any of that, did he? And if you don't believe in Christianity and the Bible, then you have to understand that if you submit to the concept of a master race, if you are of that race, then you are just trying to make yourself feel better and elevate yourself above the rest of humanity. And when you do that, there's nothing masterful about you. It actually lowers you in comparison to the rest of the human race. Understand that. Make sure you take notes. Open your eyes today, hopefully, like they've never been opened, and maybe spare you a lot of pain, a lot of living in fantasy, a lot of manipulation. With Jerusalem, the Anglican history of the world until King Henry Remember, ladies and gentlemen, none of this British Israelism stuff ever surfaced in the entire history of the world until King Henry VIII wanted to divorce his wife and found out that the Pope would not let him. So King Henry VIII divorced all of England and himself from the Catholic Church, from the Pope, founded the Anglican Church, and then it became necessary to justify his actions to the world, to the English people in specific, and to be able to make it stick. Somewhere down the line, the Royal House of England invented a family tree connecting them directly by descendants to the Royal House of David, and thus to the Old Testament, the lineage of the divine right to rule, or so they claim. Later, they claimed that all of England, not just the royal house, but all of England, this came later, folks, it was not there in the beginning, all of England were the descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, which according to the Bible were never lost at all, and are not lost today. And that London was the New Jerusalem. And then later, they extended that to the entire Anglo-Saxon race, cutting off the German peoples, claiming that the ancient Aryans were the enemies of the state of Israel, or the race of Israel, as they have come to make it. And then later, forgot all about that and reabsorbed the Aryan, so now it's the Aryan Anglo-Saxon American people. Discounting the original Native Americans, of course. And we take off from there. Still, from the Strategic Studies of the Executive Intelligence Review, dated November the 14th, 1997. Although the preconditions for British Israelism were rampant in England, the first formal statement of the ideology did not occur until the 1790s, when Richard Brothers, a Royal Navy officer who had fought against America in the Revolutionary War, began to write that England was not just theoretically the New Jerusalem, but that the English people themselves were descended from the lost tribes of Israel, and that they must restore the temple in Palestine. The time for such theory was not ripe, and Brothers was suspected of being a radical and was ultimately confined to an insane asylum, which is exactly what they should be doing with Pastor Pete Peters and all of these other people who are propounding this nonsense to the world and sucking a lot of innocent people into the coils of that old serpent. Around 1840, however, a decision was made somewhere at the Colonial Office or the East India Company headquarters to revive Sarpi's old method of religious manipulation, and the next few years would see the rise of two interrelated cults which would become a major weapon in British foreign policy. First, Irish clergyman John Nelson Darby started publishing texts which he claimed decoded the secrets of the Bible and prophetically laid out the fast-approaching apocalypse. Darby's theories, which we today call pre-millennial dispensationalism, had several striking components. Number one, the millennial kingdom of Christ will sweep away all civilization, and the only people saved will be a tiny group of elect who will be raptured physically into the new kingdom. Two, the evil power in the world is Gog, spelled G-O-G, as identified in Ezekiel, who will sweep down on Israel and begin the end days. Darby confidently identified Gog as Russia. And three, the end will come only when the Scripture is fulfilled and the Jews return to Israel and build the temple. How did the state of Israel come into existence, ladies and gentlemen? Check your history. Almost simultaneously, one John Wilson picked up the theories of Richard Brothers and published Lectures on Our Israelitish Origin in 1840, claiming, also on the evidence of biblical secret knowledge, that the 10 tribes migrated to Europe after the destruction of the Second Temple, primarily turning into Christian Englishmen and Germans. The racially inferior tribes of Judah, said Wilson, remained in Palestine and became the modern Jews, and they believed that and preached that for a long time. And today, they say the Jews that call themselves Jews today and speak Hebrew and practice the ancient Hebrew religious ceremonies and holidays are not Jews at all. Are not Jews at all. They're not even from the tribe of Judah now today. See, these people change their story about every 20 years. No, they're really folks from some weird tribe in the mountains of what used to be called the old Soviet Union. Khazars is the name. The British Israelites claim there are no real Jews alive today. I know a lot of real Jews who find that extremely shocking. And they're not Khazars. They are the real descendants of the real Israelites and the real 10 tribes. They are of the race known as Shemites or Semites, which include the Arab people also. So we went from their teaching that the racially inferior tribes of Judah remained in Palestine and became the modern Jews. You see, that flies in the face of everything they say. Because if you've studied the history of the Middle East, you know that the state of Israel was not that ruled, ladies and gentlemen, by the house of David. The house of David was of the tribe of Judah. The house of David and the tribe of Judah warred against and conquered the state of Israel. That's the true history of the region. Yet these people claim that they have the divine right to rule, and they are superior race to all of the people because they are descended from the house of David and the original Hebrew race from the state of Israel, the ancient country of Israel, which wasn't a country that encompassed all of the 10 tribes of Israel. There were several small countries, the most powerful of which emerged as the tribe and the country of Judah and conquered all the rest under the house of David. Don't believe it? Look it up. These people are so confused they can't even find their way to a library and a history book. Both of these bizarre theories were sponsored by the British oligarchy because they exactly fit the Crown's policy requirements. Darby's identification of Russia would be crucial to drumming up support for the war against the country which the British would shortly provoke in the Crimea. Wilson's biblically sanctioned friendship with the Germans was also British policy. The fraud of the whole thing is exposed when slightly later British foreign policy turned against the Germans. Immediately, Wilson's organization was factionalized, and it was discovered by the winning faction that the Germans were actually, get this folks, the racial heirs of the Assyrians, the ancient enemy of Israel, and therefore the enemy of British Israel. The Germans, of course, have always claimed descendancy from what they call the Aryans of India. Actually, it's a term that was invented by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. And both Darbyites and the British Israelites provided invaluable assistance in firmly turning the attention of the British population to Palestine and the need for the rebuilding of the temple. The timing was crucial. In 1840, British Foreign Secretary Lord Palmerston had unofficially committed the British Empire to Zionism. That's no secret. I've been telling you that for many, many years. And the creation of a British-controlled entity in Palestine. And that, folks, is the real secret to the creation of the state of Israel in the Middle East. On the one hand, Britain needed to ensure that the increasing chaos in the Ottoman Empire did not invite other great powers from developing influence there. On the other, it needed to protect the land routes to India and its growing colonial empire. It also, ladies and gentlemen, would give people who believe in the prophecies of the Bible in the book of Revelations the belief that prophecy was being fulfilled, and would further elevate the British Israelites as the superior or master race in the world. This became official policy in 1845, with a colonial office report proposing, quote, the establishment of a Jewish nation in Palestine as a protected state under the guardianship of Great Britain, end quote. Such a state, the report concluded, quote, would place us in a commanding position in the Levant from whence to check the process of encroachment, to overawe our enemies, and, if necessary, repel their advance, end quote. The Crown's case officer for this project was Anthony Ashley Cooper, the 7th Earl Shaftesbury, a pious oligarch who combined aspects of both the Darbyites and the British Israelites, cleaned them up for general consumption, and became the leading spokesman for a plan to resettle Jews back in Israel. Shaftesbury's High Church version of British Israelism, as well as the various Low Church versions, grew through the 19th century. Queen Victoria's daughter, Princess Alice, became a patroness of the movement. In 1862, the Prince of Wales and future King Edward VII made a tour of the Holy Land, the first English royal to set foot there since 1270. In 1865, Shaftesbury's efforts came to fruition with the founding of the Palestine Exploration Fund, known as PEF, under the official patronage of the Queen. The PEF brought together funding from the Rothschilds and the United Grand Lodge of Freemasons. There's those Freemasons again. Membership ranged from oligarchs to apocalyptic crazies. And again, religion made a brilliant cover for espionage and colonial manipulation. Nominally charged with surveying the Mideast so that the country could be restored by the Jews to its ancient prosperity, the Palestine Expeditionary Force spent its time subverting the Ottoman governor and making the maps that the British Army would use in the area in World War I. One of PEF's leading explorers in Palestine from 1867 to 1870 was General Sir Charles Warren. According to British author Stephen Knight, Warren, who had been Commissioner of London's Metropolitan Police and a Freemason, oversaw the cover-up of the Jack the Ripper murders, protecting both the United Grand Lodge of Freemasons and the fact that the Prince of Wales had had an illegitimate heir by a prostitute. The Chief of Criminal Investigations on the case for Scotland Yard was Sir Robert Anderson, who was a follower of John Nelson Darby. Warren is credited by Masonic sources with virtually rediscovering the project of rebuilding Solomon's Temple. He founded the Quatuor Coronati Lodge 2076, which, under the guise of being the, quote, research lodge, end quote, within the United Grand Lodge of England, has been active to this day, collaborating with Zionists in attempts to create holy war in the Middle East by blowing up the Muslim shrine Haram al-Sharif on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem in order to rebuild Solomon's Temple. Ironically, when the Quatuor Coronati Lodge succeeded in taking over Theosophy, it spun off the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, run by the satanic SIS officer Aleister Crowley, who was a major influence upon the Thule Society that gave birth to Adolf Hitler's movement and much of the intercult belief structure of the Allgemeine SS. If you study the history of Nazi Germany, you'll find that it came right out of the occult lodges of the Thule Society and Freemasonry. In 1919, the 40-odd British Israelite organizations were consolidated into the British Israel World Federation, also known as BIWF, which today spans the British Empire and permeates the United States. The first patrons of the BIWF were the Marchioness of Hertford and Admiral Sir Richard Pierce. This consolidation followed two developments that were the work of British leaders who had been influenced by British Israelism. The first was the 1917 conquest of Palestine and entry into Jerusalem by Field Marshal Lord Allenby, which was intended to achieve a Palestinian mandate for the British Empire at the Versailles Peace Conference. The second, which sought to give an imaginative purpose to a British mandate, was the Balfour Declaration backing, quote, the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, end quote. The Balfour Declaration was nowhere more joyously celebrated than in the Darbyite and British Israelite congregations in England and America. But the joy had little to do with the Jewish people. Indeed, these people didn't believe that the Jewish people were really the Jews. So why set up a country for people that they did not believe were the Jews to rebuild the Temple of Solomon in order to bring their prophecy to pass and raise them, elevate them to the position of master race with the royal family of England identified as the only direct descendants of the truly holy bloodline with the divine right to rule, related to Jesus Christ, who was also of the house of David. You see how these lies and this manipulation works? While saying that the Jewish people are not really the Jewish people, they want to recreate the state of Israel with the Jewish people that they claim are the subrace. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, these people are sick. Literally sick, mentally ill. Except for the ones who are really inventing the lies and pulling the strings and doing the real manipulating. They know exactly what they're doing. And there's nothing insane about them at all. They don't believe their own lies. They just believe that it's going to carry them into a world government that they will then rule. And that's what you need to really understand. For that's really the heart and soul of all of this. The common man has never been told the truth throughout the history of the world, except by a very few people. And when those very few people told the common man the truth, they generally did not ever believe them, choosing instead to believe the lies. I find it absolutely amazing, for the truth, elusive though it may be, can be found by anyone who wants to take the time to look for it. The so-called patriot community in the United States of America and some militia organizations are permeated with these people who call themselves Christian identity or British Israelites. There is nothing patriotic about them. They exist solely to be manipulating and destroying the United States of America and the Christianity which they claim to be so much a part of. And that's the truth of the matter. These are truly subversive organizations and are not in the best interest of anyone who believes truly in liberty and freedom for all people, regardless of race, religion, or point of ancestral origin. And entry into Jerusalem, and entry into Jerusalem by the consolidation that took place in 1919, uniting the 40-odd British Israelite organizations, followed two developments that were the work of British leaders who had been influenced by British Israelism. The first was the 1917 conquest of Palestine and entry into Jerusalem by Field Marshal Lord Allenby. The result, ladies and gentlemen, was the ultimate formation of the State of Israel, to be peopled by the very people that the British Israelites claimed were not the Jews. This Balfour Declaration, that was the precedent for all that followed, was celebrated in the Darbyite and British Israelite congregations in England and America. But the joy had little to do with the Jewish people, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, they didn't even believe they were the Jewish people, but impostors, as they tell you today. Mud people, as they called them. Indeed, many of these celebrants were anti-Semites who would soon join the revived Ku Klux Klan. The issue was the final fulfillment of the biblical prophecy, and then the end of the world, these people say. And I tell you, that's not going to happen either, because that's not what Jesus Christ said. Is it? He didn't say there was going to be an end of the world. Neither does the original Bible. And every Bible that says it's going to be the end of the world is a mistranslation. The original word in the Greek and the Hebrew means age. It will be the end of the age. Both British Israelism and Darby's prophetic apocalypticism were surprisingly welcome in America. Since both contained a Gnostic core belief, they were not altogether foreign to the theological ideas of many transplanted Puritans. Large factions of the American Puritans could easily be classed as Gnostics. Some early Puritan settlers even came up with a version of Israelism and believed that Native Americans were among the lost tribes of Israel. You know that as the Mormon Church, or the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. And again, folks, I don't care what religion you belong to. That's up to you, as long as you belong to it in the truth. As long as you know the truth and you choose to still believe in any way, I'll fight and die for your right to worship at that altar. It only becomes bad when you, in believing your religion, try to foist your religion on the rest of us. Make us conform to your worldview. Try to make everyone who believes in liberty and freedom eat and drink and think and live and sleep and bow down to whoever you bow down to. That's wrong. And I don't care what religion it is that you belong to. I'm talking to everybody listening to this broadcast. Everybody. Live your life. Believe what you wish. Worship at whatever altar you wish. I will support that even unto death. I will not support your attempting to take away my liberties and freedom to invoke whatever your particular religion or belief believes should be my government or my life. That I will oppose also unto death. The idea that there was the remnant of the lost tribes of Israel in America was sufficiently widespread that it had to be attacked by Cotton Mather, the Puritan humanist. Right or wrong, this is the history of it. The continued effect of Puritan forms of Gnosticism and its use by Britain can be seen in the work of Jonathan Edwards, who started the first big wave of revivalism in the first half of the 18th century. After studying Locke's psychological doctrines, Edwards came up with his own theory of religious affections. The realization that rhetorically conjuring up horrific images of hellfire might have a dramatic effect on susceptible minds, his famous sermon, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, with images of the sinner's soul as a tiny spider held by a thread over a pit of everlasting torture, created a preaching format still used today. But all of that emerged from a well-known classic known as Dante's Inferno, the concept of a hell where there is a perpetual fire burning the souls of sinners did not exist until that book was published. Edward's Great Awakening succeeded in creating mass hysteria in large parts of the Northeast, coming into direct conflict with American leaders like Benjamin Franklin and other followers of Cotton Mather, who wanted to fire up the population to build a nation. Edward's son-in-law was Aaron Burr, the murderer of Alexander Hamilton, who presided over the American chapter of the British Hellfire Club, the secret society devoted to the philosophy of Bernard de Mandeville, who argued against any interference by the state in private vices, no matter how satanic. And that is the identifying mark of an Illuminist. It was Burr who saw that Edwards was made president of the House of Orange's Princeton University. Now, folks, neither Darbyism nor Israelism were very popular in themselves in America through the 19th century, although the British attempted unsuccessfully to capitalize on biblical prophecies about Russia, known as the evil Gog, to undermine Abraham Lincoln's Civil War alliance with Russia. Many of you know nothing about that. At the turn of the 20th century, coinciding with the British efforts to bring America into a strategic alliance, both premillennial dispensationalism and British Israelism began to expand. Most of you don't understand that England sided with the South during the Civil War, hoping to split the United States of America in half so that England could eventually reconquer this continent. Britain supplied a constant stream of preachers for United States prophecy conferences, whose message was that the secrets of the Scripture were being decoded and were coming to pass, that wars and rumors of wars portended the Jewish return, the tribulation, and the rapture. The Darbyite theories were assembled in a series of pamphlets, several edited in England, called The Fundamentals, a testimony of truth. Far from it. These pamphlets, which included the statement that although man was originally made in the image of God, he had lost that honor by Adam's sin, circulated in the millions in the United States. Indeed, the reason why many Protestant evangelicals and apocalyptics are called fundamentalists is that they adhered to the fundamentals described in these pamphlets. Meanwhile, British Israelism grew. The first American organization based on the writings of Edward Hines, the reigning British Israelite, was the 1879 Lost Israel Identification Society of Brooklyn, created by Joseph Wilde, the pastor of Brooklyn's Union Congregationalist Church. In 1883, C.A.L. Totten, who was a United States Army officer, wrote, "Palestine regained are the relation of our race to the race of Israel, the means toward the end." That writing was based on the work of Hine, who toured the Northeast for 4 years, starting in 1884. And a clue to its agenda is the end sentence of the subtitle, "The Means Toward the End." There were two American delegates to the 1919 founding of the BIWF in London, namely J.H. Allen and Portland, Oregon pastor Reuben Sawyer. The latter was a Darbyite who came to incorporate British Israel into his views. Sawyer was replaced as the United States representative to the BIWF by Howard Rand, a lawyer who ran for Attorney General of Massachusetts on the Prohibition Party ticket. In 1930, Rand founded the BIWF-affiliated Anglo-Saxon Federation of America, which soon had chapters all across the United States. There has been an intermingling of British Israelism with major Protestant evangelical denominations ever since that time. For example, Garner Ted Armstrong, the founder of the Worldwide Church of Christ, preached that the Anglo-Saxon Celtic race was the true Israelites and that the British sovereign was descended from King David. Upon his death, his church split between adherents of British Israelism and those who believed in, quote, the rapture, end quote. Likewise, Billy Graham, who founded the Evangelistic Association, got his first training from a British Israelite named Mordecai Ham. Graham rose to prominence after his revival meetings in Britain, where he became associated with such British Israelite influence notables as Lord Home of the Herschel. Graham's writings were published by the leading BIWF geopolitician Kenneth Hugh DeCourcy in his publication Religious Review. Although Graham seeks to keep it hidden, some of his closest advisors practice Kabbalistic biblical prophecy from the signs of the time. Another offshoot of British Israelism that has permeated the United States, posing a significant national security problem, and that is no exaggeration, is the Identity Church. It agrees that the Anglo-Saxon Celtic race is the true Israelites, but differs from the BIWF by proclaiming the Jews to be descended from Eve's mating with the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Identity has significant influence within a number of paramilitary groups and in the militias. Some few militias, ladies and gentlemen. Don't denigrate or condemn the militias, for only a very few are affected by this cancer. And you can tell exactly which ones they are. They'll tell you that you can't be a true American or belong to the militia unless you are a Christian, and specifically Christian identity person. So they're not hard to pinpoint. That makes them not militias, but religious armies. The true militia, ladies and gentlemen, is defined in the law of every state and of the United States of America. There are an awful lot of so-called patriots, however, who are Christian identity British Israelite. These people also believe that Hitler was right, and that Hitler's Third Reich was the promise and should have been allowed to come about. Hitler's one of their big heroes, and they include the Aryan race, as does the modern British Israelite movement anyway, and in England, even after having said that they were not part of the original 10 tribes of Israel, but were the Assyrian enemies of the tribes of Israel, and now they are once again of the tribes of Israel. You see, it's all convenient. It's too convenient. This Christian identity also has significant influence, ladies and gentlemen, with factions within the United States intelligence community, the Central Intelligence Agency, and military units such as the Special Forces, one famous member of which was Lieutenant Colonel James Bo Gritz, who is one of the biggest Trojan horses that exist in this country today. This influence of British Israel upon paramilitary and patriot organizations in the United States is long-standing. William Pelly, who founded the Silver Shirts in imitation of the Nazi Sturmabteilung, or SA, in the 1930s, was one such case. Others include Reverend Gerald L.K. Smith, who created the American Destiny Foundation, and then formed the paramilitary California Anti-Communist League. Reverend Wesley Smith, who founded two paramilitary groups, the California Rangers and the Christian Defense League. Lieutenant Colonel William Potter Gale, retired, who first worked with Swift's Defense League, then broke off to found the Posse Comitatus, and so forth. And that brings us to Kenneth Hugh DeCourcy. Mr. DeCourcy subsequent... Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I need to get a little drink of water here. DeCourcy, a protege of British SIS Chief Sir Stuart Menzies, was born November 6th in 1909. He was the son of the claimant to the title of the 8th Duc de Grantmesnil, which is a dubious title of Anglo-Norman origin, nonetheless given credence as an honorary by de Bret's peerage. DeCourcy has had numerous high-level associations associates, I should say, within the Club of the Isles, and he is one of the leading apologists for the House of Windsor's involvement in the drive to impose Adolf Hitler upon a prostate Germany for a drive to the east against Russia. Among his Club of the Isles friends who were involved in the project were His Royal Highness George Duke of Kent, who was also a leader of the United Grand Lodge of England, and King Edward VIII, who was forced to abdicate because of his pro-Nazi views, when by 1936 a faction of the Club of the Isles had come to see Hitler as a dangerous Frankenstein monster. De Courcy remained faithful to the Duke of Windsor, even after the Duke was known to have entered into negotiations with Hitler to be restored to the throne of England by the Wehrmacht. De Courcy was very close to the evangelical Lord Home of the Hersel, who was with Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain at Munich. However, the egotist Kenneth Hugh de Courcy made the mistake of placing some of his records on file at the Hoover Institution's archives, including a document he claims he wrote in Wormwood Scrubs Prison while serving a sentence there for financial fraud. This document concerns his own role in the escape of convicted Soviet spy and suspected British triple agent George Blake in October 1966. Some United States intelligence sources believe that Blake did more damage to United States interests than British triple agent H.A.R. Kim Philby, whom you've all heard of. In his latest prophecy appearing in the pages of Courcy's Intelligence Digest and Special Office, he is once again claiming that there will be a renewed Middle East war by 1998, that's this year, that will escalate into World War III. And ladies and gentlemen, if you could see all of the information that I gather here from all of my people worldwide, I would not reject that as an offhand, ridiculous statement. It's very possible, and it could actually occur. According to de Courcy, Russia is assisting Iran and Syria to prepare for such a war through the transfer of nuclear technology. In order to save Israel, the British will have to rely upon the United States arsenal to obliterate the Russian-Syrian-Iranian alliance. Should President Bill Clinton, who de Courcy states hates Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, balk at this escalation, then the British will destroy Clinton by playing their trump card, 60 million evangelicals in the United States. The situation is such that Netanyahu may himself launch a preemptive nuclear strike. Otherwise, de Courcy said that China was doing everything it could to maneuver Russia into an alliance with Iran for the forthcoming Middle East war. The reason is that Russia is extremely weak militarily. It has only its strategic missile capability left after having decimated its other military units, and that's what they want the world to believe. It is not true, ladies and gentlemen. If there is a new Middle East war, then he foresees China might move to take eastern Russia, which he claims has been a long-term goal. It would be impossible, given China's vast population and territorial depth, for it to be conquered by Russia or by anybody else for that matter. De Courcy's latest prophecy is a reliable expression of the viewpoint of a powerful faction within the Club of the Isles. As a leader of BIWF in London pointed out, King George VI had his genealogical chart traced back to King David, and he educated his daughters in British Israelism, including his heir, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Now, who you going to believe, folks? For I tell you that everyone who believes in this scam of British Israelism or Christian identity is, in effect, and in reality, calling Jesus Christ a liar. If you don't believe that, listen to their version of the world's history, and then go read the words in red in your Bible. Jesus said, suffer the little children to come unto me. He didn't say, suffer the little white children to come unto me. He did not say, suffer the little Anglo-Saxon Aryan children to come unto me. He did not say, suffer the little black children to come unto me, or the little red children, or the little yellow children. He said, suffer the little children to come unto me. He said, whosoever believeth in me shall have everlasting life. He said a lot of other things, ladies and gentlemen. All that say the same thing. That he was, if you're a Christian, and you must believe this if you're a Christian, he was the salvation of all humanity. He was the end of all pain and suffering. He was the standard around which all people, rich and poor, sick, healthy, lame, black, white, yellow, red, purple, green, I don't care, to end all of the wars and bring about God's kingdom on this earth. Anybody who tells you anything different from that is calling Jesus Christ a liar. If you don't believe me, you read his own words in red in the Holy Bible. If you don't believe in Christianity, or even in any other religion, the answer to the problems of the world is not the Mormon Church. It is not the Southern Baptist Church. It is not the Seventh-day Adventists. It is not the Presbyterians. It is not British Israelism. It is not atheism. It is simply to follow the teachings and the admonishments of the greatest men who have ever lived upon the face of this earth, one of which was Jesus Christ, who told us the truth, and we haven't listened yet. And even though we have his words at our disposal, within arm's reach in almost every home or in every library throughout the world, people still go and listen to these lies and believe them, go back and read that Jesus Christ contradicted every single thing that these people are teaching you, and you still don't understand it. Can't get it through your head. He said, wheresoever you shall gather in my name, there shall I be also. He did not say, wheresoever you who are Anglo-Saxon Aryan gather in my name, there I will be also. Or there shall I be also. He didn't say that. He didn't put black in there. He didn't put yellow in there. He didn't put red in there. All of these people are using you. They're lying to you. Once again, they're deceiving you and manipulating you into hating each other and accomplishing the exact opposite of what Jesus Christ set out to accomplish. And so if you call yourself a Christian, you must reject these things, but you must not believe me just because I say it. You go to your Bible, and don't you dare read any other word except those printed in red. Or if you're a Christian, those are the only ones that matter. No other word in that entire Bible matters save those words. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless each and every single one of you.
Okay, so I uploaded the full episode in my video section, because if you didn't get to the full episode, you're not going to understand what was being talked about, and that you can't just take a piece of something and run with it, because otherwise you're not going to have the whole story. And that the what was being said was detrimental to the conspiracy. against all of us. Yeah, so here's the link for the audio. And let's see here. Yeah, anybody got any questions? Also, here's a link if you want to come on. I'm gonna grab a cigarette real quick. Just because somehow there's a million fucking gnats in here. I think I need to like pour a bunch of salt down the drain. I do that to some of the drains, and I forget all the drains. Salt down the drain. If there's gnats, I mean there shouldn't be. There's not like dirty dishes or anything. Yeah, so that was an important episode because of the complexity. How so many people are so, oh, it's this and that and this and that. They don't understand the complexity of this British Israelism. It doesn't have anything to do with Hebrew people. That's what everybody doesn't understand. They want to sit in denial and ignore the tough stuff and go reach for the easy thing to blame. It's like he was saying, it was like, no, I mean, he said it all so good, I don't even really need to say anything. If you didn't understand what he was saying, then listen to it again. Don't let yourself miss out on what the fuck he's saying, because it's very complex. Very complex. Especially when a bunch of British Aryans are going around saying that they're the true Semites, and then they're not, and then they are, and then all this, It's like they're playing games. It's all fucking games. The British are a bunch of scum. I mean, not the people themselves, but the crown and their stupid religion. And, he said it himself, the Queen of England was fucking indoctrinated into the British Israelism. I guarantee that the king is too right now, Mr. What's his name? I say, fuck the King of England. They stole my land. I mean, according to modern politically correctness, Scotland is mine. It's my family's land. England took it. I don't really live in the past like that, but it's just kind of a joke. Well, it's not a joke that I'm related to the Scotland crown. What is? Does anybody want to come on and smoke a cigarette with me? Come on. Oh, I'm gonna smoke my cigarette alone, I guess. Yeah, somehow I've had this jersey like 10 years and never burnt this one. Fucking, yeah, this whole British Israelism thing is complicated because it is connected with the Nazis and their Aryanism. It's all a bunch of bullshit. It's all a bunch of lies just to manipulate people, keep them chasing their tail. What is that schmigs? It's well, I took an American Spirit and then I re-rolled it in a zigzag ultralight paper because the cigarettes all have chlorine in their paper and they're too thick. Makes it taste a lot not as good, but I mean, I think people that smoke cigarettes just like to smoke the paper because the paper is so thick. That's what they're tasting. Uh, They get that buzz off the carbon monoxide from that thick paper burning. Yeah, well, everything's really expensive, and it'd be nice if the inflation would quit. We wouldn't have inflation. We have gold, silver, money. There wouldn't be inflation. It's amazing how you can go on any platform and ask anybody anything. You can say, or you can go on any platform and just ask anybody to prove anything. Uh, Anything. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. You ask them to prove it, they can't. It's like, well, what the fuck? You believe in stuff without proving it? You could at least prove it to yourself. The well, no, it's chlorine. Uh, you can go to the tobacco shop and get tubes that are chlorine free. I forget what they're called, but they're decent. Actually, I think the bags of American Spirit have better tobacco than the cigarette packs. Uh, well, so anybody got any questions about the Cooper episode? It's a very complex episode. I'm sure somebody's got a question. I thought it was interesting how he brought up that pirate. What's his name? Where was that at? I think when I closed the history, the pirate. Where did Sir Francis Drake? And how Sir Francis Drake was a British Israelist. Well, I was hoping to hear from Harry. Where's Harry at? He always likes to talk about this stuff. Where the hell is he at? Get up here and smoke a cigarette with me, you son of a bitch. uh, nah. The I mean, this topic is huge. It's well to do with modern times and the manipulation of everybody into believing in anti-Semitism. Because it's not what if you believe in the anti-Semitism, that's what they want you to believe in. That's their ruse. That's their tool. That's their gimmick. Because you heard Cooper's episode. They didn't. The British Israelites, the British Crown, didn't even believe that the Hebrews were even Hebrews, and that they gave them the land just to screw them over, just to keep that land for the East India Company, so they could do trade and fucking so they could keep a trade route that was fucking it's all about money. But it wasn't about money in the Middle East. It's about money in England, money in London, London, the new Jerusalem, London. So basically, that 2 hours shuts down everybody's anti-Semite arguments, because if you listen to it with a close ear, they refute everything that you know. I mean, he goes over it with a fine-tooth comb. That's what I love about that episode. He goes over it with a fine-tooth comb from the what was the name of that thing he was reading? I got a copy of it. It's some complex shit. The people running around with their arguments. I've heard every argument. I've heard every single argument. Cooper's argument holds water. Holds water more than everybody else's argument. Notice how the book said Gog was Russia. Russia is an enemy of the United States. All these people ball washing, what is that phrase? Ball washing Putin. Jesus Christ. All these people not understanding what's going on in the world. You want to be free or you want to be a slave to England? Because that's what the fuck's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. England, 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 England. Oh, what have I said about England that I haven't said about your mother? Yeah, you know, it's keep in mind that's just England is just one of the powers. Don't forget the secular humanist United Nations, which is well, they lean on England and give England more votes than America. If that tells you anything, England gets more votes than America in the General Council. And it was the same for the Security Council as well until like the 90s or something. So 40 years went on when England had more voting power in both the General Assembly and the Security Council of the United Nations. Think about that. Think about all these uh, people that are pro Britain. You know, that's England is an empire that hates America. It's very clear. They want America back. They'll do anything to screw us over. The British are not to be trusted. Well, you can trust the British people, but you can't trust the crown. And like, I don't know. People, the where the fuck's everybody at? Cause somebody get up here. Enter. uh, okay, so let me see if somebody's awake on Twitter. Does it say Lincoln was gonna sign a treaty with Russia? Yeah, Lincoln is a fuckhead. Fuck Lincoln. I'm not talking about because Lincoln only did what he did not because he believed in freeing black people, but because it was what the majority wanted. That's why he did it. So Lincoln was not feeling what the majority of people felt, which was that black people should be free. Lincoln was just doing it for political means. He's an asshole. He's an asshole. Not to mention the 16th Amendment was never lawfully ratified according to some arguments. So it gets pretty intense, and I'm not going into that right now. Keep in mind that everything's done a certain way where you have to do everything they say no matter what. Because it doesn't matter how much law you can quote, they can still screw you to the ends of the earth. That's a fact. The people, it's just crazy what's going on in the world. All this hate, all these people walking around with hate. It's like we ain't got no enemies. I mean, well, Russia's our enemy, and China, and British Israelists, and well, there's empire enemies, but there's not people enemies. People are not your enemy. The they're all just idiots that don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah, I'm gonna roll another joint. Yeah, I'll check the Act of 1871. So I was arguing with these Freemasons today. Oh, we don't have any blood oaths. There's no blood oaths here. Oh, we're big talkers, but we're not gonna come on the podcast because we're all a bunch of pussies. Uh, they don't want to argue in real words. They just want to sit behind their screens and play their little games. Oh, there's no blood oaths. There's no deception. We know exactly what's going on, but we're not going to say because we don't actually know. Yeah, fucking Masons. Some of the Masons are part of the British Israelist stuff. Some of the Masons are part of the secular humanist stuff. Some of them are part of the world socialist agenda, which is extremely anti-freedom. Because if you can't own property, you can't even have any rights. Where are you going to exercise those rights at? Your freedom of speech in a First Amendment zone? You know, what's really sad is that we don't even have the right of inheritance. Don't even have the right of inheritance. I mean, isn't that crazy to you? Isn't that crazy? I mean, if one of your family members passed away, that the government, the New World Order would say, we want part of the money. It belongs to us. We want a percentage. Oh, you've got some kind of money. We want some. We want it. That's so, these systems of usury are not old, are not new. They're just being more fine tuned. This technocracy is not new, it's old. It's been on paper for quite some time. It just hasn't hit any digital stuff until, like the 60s, 50s, 60s. I mean, they had, back then, like the IBM computer, take like 100 punch cards to print out an American flag. Uh, see, it's interesting how the IBM was used in the New World Order by the Nazis, Hitler. How they, it's not interesting, it's disgusting, but, there's all these people running around just. See, the problem is everybody thinks they know. I'm not saying I know, I'm still looking. And there's a lot to be found. That people have given up on looking and they just think that they know, so they just keep repeating everything that they know, quote unquote. It's like that phrase that Dennis McKenna says: the bigger you build the fire, the more darkness it reveals. The more knowledge you have, the more knowledge you have about what you don't know. There's an agenda going on to keep you in a compartmentalized state of mind, to keep you thinking the way they want you to think. Uh, let's see here. It's all very relevant. When you think the way they want you to think, you're doing exactly what they want you to do, and you're part of their plan. You're a cog, a gear in their machine that uses you. So it's better to not even think anything than to think what they want you to think. I mean, they want you to hate your fellow man. The sometimes hatred can be dismantled easily with a good laugh, a good joke, passing a joint. You know, when I used to live in the hood, I used to get a lot of hate for being white. Lots and lots of hate for being white. Oh, look at this cracker ass motherfucker. Oh, this cracker's a cop. that was what they would say most of the time. Oh, he's white. He's a cop. It's like what? Whatever. But usually, somebody would call me a cracker, and I just call them a cracker back and laugh, and they would laugh, and then they probably wouldn't call people crackers as much. You know, no, I mean it's irrelevant. I don't even know if that. Well, I mean that type of stuff is definitely still going on. You seen that lady basketball player that made the mainstream news? She got elbowed in the neck or something by some other basketball chick, and then the chick grinned or something after falling on her on purpose. I mean, that's what it looked like. It looked like she fell on her on purpose. I mean, there's all these compilations of chicks just shoulder checking this chick and like all sorts of stuff. They used to do that shit in the basketball courts in the hood. Just fucking try to playing basketball like it's football and shit, which is just ridiculous. That's not how you play basketball. If you want to be good, you don't break the rules. Because if you break the rules and then you win, and then you play it again and you don't break the rules and you lose, that's on you. Uh, yeah, the people would always they would just run up, slam dunk the ball, and just run right into you if you're right in their way. And it's like, this is stupid. It's not even basketball. It's fucking, anybody could grab a ball and run and jump at somebody as hard as they could and slam dunk it and make it every time. That doesn't mean that they're, you know, it's not how you play. It's too aggressive. If you want to play football, go play football. Don't turn the basketball ring into a fucking football, I don't know. That's always more of a 3-point person. Nice 3-pointer. Uh, excuse me. So yeah, there was I can't remember if I have any notes that are new. Yeah, I don't really. I'm not gonna go over that. I mean, I did have some Blavatsky stuff, but maybe I should pass out a little bit earlier or something. Where's that at? Did I close the tab? Okay, there it is. Okay, so we're gonna get back into this John Ernst Worrell Keeley, some kind of outsider occultist who created who identified some kind of energy in which Blavatsky termed the same as the Atlantean Mashmak, which she refused to give the theosophical name. Well, then she compared it to the Bulwer Lytton's book, The Coming Race, and the Vril Energy. So this Keeley guy definitely has something to do with the Nazis, especially when he built some kind of anti-gravity device, which the Nazis then used for their um, I forget what the hell they're called, Ooster something, or I don't know what the fuck they're called. So anyways, It is this vibrant. This is from Blavatsky. It is this vibratory force which, when aimed at an army from an Agni wrath fixed on flying vessel, a balloon, according to the instructions found in the Ashtar Vidya, reduced to ashes 100,000 men and elephants as easily as it would a dead rat. It is. Damn it! I fucking thought I had a tick on me in the woods earlier and had ticks all over me and fucking looked like I didn't get bit. Um, reduced. Where's that? It is allegorized in the Vishnu Purana and the Ramayana and other works, and the fable about the sage Kapila, and whose glance made a mountain of ashes of King Sagara's 60,000 sons, in which is explained in the esoteric works referred to as the Kapalaksha or Kapila's eye. Here's where it gets interesting. Keep in mind, this is Blavatsky. And it is and is it thus and it is it this satanic force that our generations were allowed to add to their stock of anarchists, blah blah blah. It is this destructive agency which, once in the hands of some modern Attila, e.g., bloodthirsty anarchists, would reduce Europe in a few days to its primitive, chaotic state with no man left alive to tell the tale. Is this force to become the common property of men alike? What Mr. Keeley has already done is grand and wondrous in the extreme. There is enough work before him in the demonstration of his new system to humble the pride of those scientists who are materialistic by revealing those mysteries which lie beneath the world of matter. Without revealing it, nolens volens to all. For surely psychists and spiritists, psychics and spiritists, of whom there are a good number in the European armies, would be the first to experience personally the fruits of such mysteries revealed. Thousands of them would find themselves, and perhaps the populations of whole countries, to keep them company in blue ether very soon. Were such a force to be entirely discovered, let alone made publicly known, the discovery in its completeness is by several thousand, or shall we say 100,000. Years too premature. Period. It will be at its appointed place and time only when the great roaring flood of starvation, misery, and underpaid labor ebbs back again, as it will as it will when happily at last the just demands of the many are attended to, when the pro, proletariat so Blavatsky's a Marxist, uh, New World Order religion. Where the proletariat exists but in name, and the pitiful cry for bread that rings throughout the world unheeded has died away. It's interesting. Don't forget that Blavatsky was accused of being part of the, what's it called, Hussards de la Mort. The Hussards de la Mort. Hussards de la Mort. The Skull and Bones, the Totem Cop. So Blavatsky was accused of being a totem cop for Hussards de la Mort army. Uh, don't forget that. This may be back to the reading. This may be hastened by the spread of learning and by new openings for work in emigration with better prospects than exist now, and on some new continent that may appear. Blavatsky's fucking off in La La Land. Then only will Keely's motor and force, as originally contemplated by himself and friends, be in demand, because it will be more needed by the poor than the wealthy. Meanwhile, the force discovered by him will work through wires, and this, if he succeeds, will be quite sufficient in the present generation to make of him the greatest discoveries of this age. What Mr. Keeley says of sound and color is also correct from the occult standpoint. Hear him talk as though he were the nursling of the gods' revealers, and had gazed all his life into the depths of the father mother ether. Keep in mind, this is Blavatsky. What is that? Exicit. I'm not sure what that means. Uh, and comparing the tenuity of the atmosphere with that of the etheric flows obtained by him from his invention for breaking up the molecules of air by vibration, Keely says that, quote, this is a quote within a quote, it is as platina to hydrogen gas. Molecular separation of air brings us to the first subdivision only. Molecular separation of air. Intermolecular. To the second atomic, to the third interatomic, and the fourth etheric, to the fifth the interetheric, and the sixth subdivision, or positive association with luminiferous ether, or light. In my introductory argument, I have contended that this is the vibratory envelope of the atoms. I'm just going to screenshot this shit right here. Or was that? Excuse me. Uh, the atoms. Wait. Okay. In my definition of atom, I do not confine myself to the sixth subdivision where this luminiferous ether is developed in its crude form as far as my researches prove. I think this idea will be pronounced by the physicists of the present day a wild freak of the imagination. Possibly in time a light may fall upon this theory that will bring its simplicity forward for scientific research. At present I can only compare it to some planet in dark space, where the light of the sun of science has not yet reached it. End quote. Another quote, I assume that sound like odor is a real substance of unknown and wonderful tenuity, emanating from the body where it has been induced by percussion and throwing out absolute corpuscles of matter, interatomic particles with velocity of 1,120 feet per second. In vacuum, 20,000. The substance which is thus disseminated is part and parcel. Wait, okay. Part and parcel of the mass agitated, and if kept under this agitation continuously, would, in the course of a certain cycle of time, become thoroughly absorbed by the atmosphere, or more truly would pass through the atmosphere to an elevated point of tenuity corresponding to the condition of subdivision that governs its liberation from its parent body. End quote. Damn, this joint keeps fucking up. Ah, damn it. Okay. Should screenshot the second paragraph. The sound Vibratory forks set so as to produce etheric chords while disseminating their tones compound permeate permeate most thoroughly all substances that come under the range of their atomic bombardment. The clapping of a bell in a vacuum liberates these atoms with the same velocity and volume as one in the open air, and were the agitation of the bell kept up continuously for a few millions of centuries, it would thoroughly return to its primitive element. And if the chamber were hermetically sealed and strong enough, the vacuous volume surrounding the bell would be brought to a pressure of many thousands of pounds to the square inch by the tenuous substance evolved. My estimation, sound truly defined is the disturbance of atomic equilibrium, rupturing actual atomic corpuscles, and the substance thus liberated most certainly be a certain order of etheric flow. Under these conditions, it is unreasonable to suppose that if this flow were kept up, and the body thus robbed of its element, it would in time disappear entirely. Question mark. All bodies are formed primitively from the highly tenuous ether, animal, vegetable, and mineral, and they are only returned to their high gaseous condition when brought under a state of differential equilibrium. Uh, okay, I'm just gonna screenshot this. As regards odor, we can only get some definite idea of its extreme and wondrous tenuity by taking into consideration that a large area of atmosphere can be impregnated for as a long series of years from a single grain of musk, which, if weighed after that long interval, will be found to be not appreciably diminished. The great paradox attending the flow of odorous particles is that they can be held under confinement in a glass vessel. Here is a substance of much higher tenuity than the glass that holds it, and yet it cannot escape. It is as a sieve, L or an I, sieve with its meshes large enough to pass marbles, and yet holding fine sand which cannot pass through. In fact, a molecular vessel holding an atomic substance. This is a problem that would confound those who stop to recognize it. But infinitely tenuous as odor is, it holds a very crude relation to the substance of subdivision that governs a magnetic flow, a flow of sympathy, if you can, if you please to call it so. This subdivision comes next to sound, but is above sound. The action of the flow of a magnet coincides somewhat to the receiving and distributing portion of the human brain, giving off at all times depreciating ratio of the amount received. It is a grand illustration of the control of mind over matter, which gradually depreciates the physical till dissolution takes place. The magnet on the same ratio gradually loses its power and becomes inert. If the relations that exist between mind and matter could be equated and so held, we would live in our physical state eternally, as there would be no physical depreciation. But this physical depreciation leads at its terminus to the source of a much higher development, viz., the liberation of the pure ether from the crude molecular, which, in my estimation, is to be much desired, end quote. That's weird. Okay, so back to the Blavatsky. It may be remarked that, save a few small divergences, no adept nor alchemist could have explained the above any better. In the light of modern science, however much the latter may protest against the novel views, this is, in all its fundamental principles, if not details, occultism, pure and simple, yet with all modern natural philosophy as well. This new force, or whatever science may call it, the effects of which are undeniable, admitted by more than one naturalist and physicist who has visited Mr. Keely's laboratory and witnessed personally its tremendous effects. What is it? Is it a mode of motion, also in vacuum, so there is no matter to generate it except sound? Another mode of motion, no doubt a sensation caused like color by vibrations, question mark. Fully as we believe in these vibrations as the proximate, the immediate cause of such sensations, we as absolutely reject the one-sided scientific theory that there is no factor to be considered as external to us other than etheric or atmospheric vibrations. There is a transcendental set of causes put in motion, so to speak, in the occurrence of these phenomena, which, not being in relation to our narrow range of cognition, can only be traced to their source and their nature, and understood by the spiritual faculties of the adept. There are, as Asclepios puts it, to the king corporealities. Incorporeal corporealities, such as appear in the mirror, and abstract forms that we see, hear, and smell in our dreams and visions. What have the modes of motion, light, and ether do with these? Question mark. Yet we see, hear, and smell and touch them. Ergo, they are as much realities as us in our dreams as any other thing on the plane of Maya. Huh, I don't know what that means. I don't remember if I screenshot that. Okay, so I guess one more paragraph. Footnotes. In this case, the American substantialists are not wrong through too anthropomorphic and material in their views to be accepted by the occultists when arguing through Mrs. M.S. Organ, M.D., that, quote, there must be positive entitate entitative properties in objects which have a constitutional relation to the nerves of animal sensations, or there can be no perception. Damn it. Fucking, I think the gnats are like getting sucked through the screen somehow. No impression of any kind can be made upon brain, nerve, or mind, no stimulus to action, unless there is an actual indirect communication of substantial force. Substantial, as far as it appears in the usual sense of the word, is this universe of illusion and Maya. Of course not so. In reality, that force may be the most refined and sublimated immaterial entity. Hold on, I gotta see what Blavatsky means by this Maya word here, real quick. What does Blavatsky mean? Ah, what the fuck? Let's see. Blavatsky Maya as meaning of real. So it's a foundational term in Hindu philosophy to describe the material universe as a temporary perceptual illusion. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought she meant. Okay, let's see here. Um, oh wait, this is out. Okay, where's that here? Oh, yeah. Blah blah. That force may be the most refined and sublimated immaterial entity. Yet it must exist, for no sense, element, or faculty of the human being can have a perception or be stimulated into action without some substantial force coming in contact with it. It's the fundamental law pervading the whole organic and mental world. In the true philosophic sense, there is no such thing as independent action, for every force or substance is correlated to some other force or substance. We can with just as much truth and reason assert that no substance possesses any inherent gustatory property or any olfactory property, that taste and odor are simply sensations caused by vibrations and hence mere illusions of animal perceptions. That's interesting. Uh, yeah, if you want to read that, it's just a clip from. There's more to it. I started like halfway. I read the first half the other night. Oh, here's the. It's from the co-masonry. Uh, the secret doctrine. Yeah. So. Okay. So. Let's see. Narrative. Yeah. Yeah. So there's I guess there's a lot of earthquakes that, well, not a lot. There's two huge ones that happened recently. Uh, like Japan or something, in Argentina or something, or Venezuela, and I think it was Japan. There's not a lot of news going on. Oh yeah, so a bunch of people were sentenced to 450 years for a Texas ICE attack. Yeah, you don't want to fuck around in Texas, Missouri. These people are insane. I mean, both of them are. The people that attack people and the, well, they're not insane for giving them a just sentence, but there's other reasons why Texas is insane. But yeah, that's just fucked up. Why anybody? I don't know why anybody wants to hurt anybody. That's fucked up. People are all Looney Tunes, fucking Looney Tunes. It's like Cooper says, people are just people. You know, you don't really have any enemies. People are just people. People can learn. They can change. You just gotta believe in them. think that's what's fucked up about uh, yeah, it's interesting because there was a quote by that Charlie Kirk guy. I don't really know who he is, but he said the leftists are using Islam to destroy America. He used more graphic words, but I mean, he was accurate in the statement. Uh, yeah, okay, let's see. Yeah, I don't think anybody's awake. Okay, well, yeah, so what was I going to say? In that episode, Cooper didn't really talk a lot about Freemasonry, but you got to remember that the crown is the head of the head pontiff of world Freemasonry, whatever the fancy title is called. Let's see here. Oh damn it! I keep opening up more tabs. I'm just looking for some news. I'm always looking at the news. I mean, there's a lot of like legal news. I'm sure you've all seen it all already. I'm just. Oh yeah, this is funny. Well, here's a joke for you. What has 7 arms and sucks? anybody got a Anybody got a guess? What has 7 arms and sucks? Okay. Yeah, I'm not going on until somebody has a guess. What has 7 arms and sucks? I mean, this is an easy one. It's a joke. Uh, oh, come on. Nobody knows. Let's see some guesses. This is what has 7 arms and sucks? I'm not talking about anybody's mother. I'm not talking about your mother. That's horrible, Sean Connery. No, that was it's an okay guess, I guess. No other guesses? Come on. Somebody's. Nobody knows this joke. Are you kidding me? Nobody knows this joke. Don't look it up. If you don't know it, just say so. Come on. Nobody knows what has 7 arms and sucks. Okay, well, there's 26 people. Somebody's got to know. You Google it. You cheated. See, there's shit I know that's not on the internet, and this is just common shit. The Todd would get this joke like that. I'm telling you. Uh, Nobody knows. Come on, somebody's got to know. I can't be. Am I that old? Come on. I'm not that old. I'm pretty old. What has 7 arms and sucks? There's a whole world of stuff that happened in the past, 90s, all sorts of stuff. It's not on the internet. You're not going to find it on the internet. Just like this joke that nobody knows the answer to, apparently. the, huh. Well, I guess I don't know if I've got a younger crowd or older crowd or what's going on here. How old is everybody here? uh, but you don't know what the answer is, and you Googled it. Oh, that's funny. Somebody's got to know the answer. Come on, you guys can't be that out of touch with reality. Okay, well, I'm gonna go get another cigarette. Fucking, I'm not very good at quitting cigarettes. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, well, at least let me see a couple of people say they don't know. Oh, yeah, it's Def Leppard. You're not supposed to say it, especially when you look it up. It's Def Leppard. What has 7 arms and sucks? Def Leppard. You don't understand why it's a joke. You, come on. Yeah, Def Leppard sucks, and they have 7 arms. Yeah, no offense to anybody missing an arm or anything. Yeah, 7 arms and sucks. Def Leppard. They got some good album covers, but yeah, that's. Nah, I don't know. I guess maybe you'd have to be in the '80s or something to like Def Leppard. I'm just not a Def Leppard fan. The Def Leppard. I mean, everybody had their album back then. It was like, I mean, I didn't. My cousin had it. He was older than me, so. Ah, shit. I dropped the filter. Yeah, what was psst. You looked it up. How old are you? Ro Holleen Greenlight. Uh, if that is your real name. Yeah, let's see. Damn it. Okay. Nah, I always roll it loose. Okay, so where'd my lighter go? Just get my brain working here. What is Oh, you're a youngster. A youngster. My grandma would say, she'd say, "You're still wet behind the ears from just being born." And he'd be like, "What the fuck? What did she just say to me?" She'd say it all nice, like, "Oh, like what the fuck?" I just got insulted in a weird way. My grandma was part Cherokee, so she was always insulting everybody. That's the Cherokee way. Insulting people, not knowing it, of course. Like, oh, you smell like body odor. I Look at this big having ass, upper lip having ass motherfucker. No, that kind of I don't know. Yeah, like I remember in the city, in the hood and stuff. The going joke was whoever could whoever could when somebody would walk in the room, you'd be like say somebody looked like I don't know, it's name a name. So say somebody looked like somebody stupid or something, like Damn, I'm trying to think of somebody stupid. Oh fuck. I'm not very good at hating on people. Somebody name somebody stupid. Okay, well, how about Rosie O'Donnell? Yes. Or no, that doesn't work. Well, it's better to insult dudes. You don't want to insult chicks. The yeah. So basically, in the hood, you'd be like, "Oh, look at this, look at this Richard Pryor having ass motherfucker." And, like the more you could like guess, the more of like a celebrity look-alike that you could like throw in there to describe a person and say it like that, the more laughs you'd get. That's what the ongoing joke in the hood was. I don't know if anybody remembers that. It's like, oh, look at this fucking uh nah, I don't think anybody laughed. Yeah, the hmm. Yeah, so well, I guess I've been on here quite a while. 3 hours. It's quite a while. I might like smoke this cigarette, smoke one more joint, and pass out. There's so what is everybody thinking right now? What is going on in your mind? What's happening? What's going on? The world is spinning. It's the middle of summer. We should all be at giant parties right now. I mean, there's no parties. Nobody's partying anywhere. There's no fun happening. There's no that's what everybody's problem is. It's like we've all forgotten how to have fun. That's what's going on. I mean, it's tough when everything costs like a fortune. Uh, I mean, I always used to have fun just skateboarding and smoking weed and skateboarding. I don't really know anybody that skateboards anymore. All my skateboarder friends quit skateboarding. I'd still skateboard, but I don't live in the city anymore, so I don't have anywhere to skateboard to. That's what I always enjoyed. Just a good skateboard down a big hill, like the biggest hill you could find, and then just fly down the hill as fast as you could go, and then fucking grab some food or something, and then just walk back. And just look at the stars or look at the sky, at the sun like beating on your face, like fucking the yeah, yeah, I don't know. Makes you wonder about the world. What it was like to live in a time where that you could just forage food and make sure you're warm. Was there more peace of mind, or were people smoking a bunch of weed and cigarettes? I mean, weed and cigarettes is better than alcohol. No offense to people that drink alcohol. Damn, I need to quit smoking cigarettes. Might I roll another one? I need some like super good weed, so I don't even want a cigarette. Maybe I should go get some tomorrow. Or today. Jump rope. Yeah, the world's changed. The back like 15 years ago, it's like all I'd ever do is like spar against people and stuff. Just training to fight. I don't know what for. Just to be strong, I guess. Just feel safe in the cities, Nobody spars anymore. I don't even know anybody that's my size that could spar. Everybody's too small to spar. Everybody's way under my weight class. It's not a fair fight. I'm not saying that people are, because there's small people that can whoop people's ass. I'm not saying that small people can't whoop people's asses, but yeah, one of my friends, he was a good friend. I known him since I was 15, like in the 90s. He disappeared. His name was Brucifer. We'd call him White Tyson. He was a dangerous spar opponent. He'd always take a cheap shot right in the rib, fucking bow, right in the kidney, fucking like that motherfucker. He was a good fighter though. He went crazy or something, living in somebody's cabin or something with no electricity. I don't know. Last time I seen him, I gave him all the food in my fridge because I knew that he didn't have no money for food. I didn't have any money for food, but I mean, if I got weed, I'm cool. I don't know. I haven't seen him since. Hope he's okay. Uh, well, no, actually, I heard he's up north. I forgot. I guess I am stoned. Yeah, also, it's funny on the news. Everything that you can look up, almost anything that anybody's saying on Twitter, almost anything, you can find that it's completely fabricated, that it's some sort of fallacy, that it's something that somebody made up. I'm talking about these news articles and stuff that are, well, they're not even news articles. There's all these fake, these no name things that appear out of nowhere that seem to be propaganda machines on Facebook and Twitter that are starting up accounts and saying all this hatred, and and then when you look into the hatred that they're saying, that it's a different story and they're only telling part of the story, and they're not saying that some journalist that died was literally attacking people or something like that, like that. They're leaving that part out, you know which, I mean, I do have some screenshots. um let's see here. So here's a journalist that's not a journalist. There's video of him. Where's another one? Well, there's a bunch of articles like that. There's stuff they're not saying. They're like, oh, some Islam kid got blown away in the Middle East, but was it this one that's about to cut somebody's head off? You know, that type of shit. Same with this shit. You know, people are like, oh, some Islam kid got killed in the Middle East by the IDF, and it's like every time I look into every fucking story that I see on Facebook and Twitter, it's always bullshit. It's always somehow confabulated or somehow twisted, or they're not telling the whole story. It's just ridiculous. And then people are all jumping on board with the anti-Semitism. They're doing it. The mainstream media wants them to do it, and they're all going along, believing the fucking propaganda machine. You know, that's why I played this episode tonight, the William Cooper episode about the British Israelism. The Aryan race bullshit. Christian identity, which that's the only thing I could probably agree with the ADL on, is that Christian identity is dangerous. Christian identity is what did Oklahoma City. It's just like Cooper was saying that Christian identity is involved with the intelligence. If that tells you something. How he was talking about Bobo Grits, being a Mormon, being a Christian identity. They're all a bunch of fucking terrorists. They're a bunch of psychopaths. No, Christian identity does not mean Christian. It means a specific religious group that's Aryan, that believes in this British Israelism stuff, that the Aryans are the true tribe or whatever. Cooper explained it all in great detail. And he even covered the basis of where they changed their whole story up for a certain amount of time and then switched it back. All just for to keep the lie, to keep the ruse, to keep everybody chasing their tail. That's what it's all about. Just like arguing with these porch masons that don't know what's really going on in the Masonic Temple. They're taught some kind of rhetoric that keeps people chasing their tails, just like the fucking Scientologists. These motherfuckers are all trained in it. They don't even know they're trained in it. They're taught. They believe they're educated. A bunch of know-nothings. They think they know everything. They know nothing. They don't study their own groups. They don't study what they're a part of. So I'm so against labels. People talking, all these people wanting to be part of some group that they know nothing about. That's absolutely retarded. No offense to disabled people. Uh, it's like even Cooper connected Aaron Burr with the British Israelist movement. Aaron Burr, who tried to commit treason against the United States. Think about that. That's crazy. Fucking this shit's been going on for a long time. That Cooper points out that the CFR or that that every director of every major corporate media is a member of the CFR or Trilateral Commission. That's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that all the biggest journalists go to the Bilderberg meetings and know everything that's going to happen in the next few years or whatever and don't tell anybody. They don't tell anybody. They go to the Bohemian Grove meetings. They don't tell anybody. They go to the G7s and all this stuff and all these different bullshit little groups that fucking want to dictate our lives and middleman everything to the last penny so they can fuck us all over. So they can get a cheap, an easy paycheck. So they can be on that gravy train. It's all a giant money route. It's all about money. It's all about money. Don't forget, it's also about location, 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 such as London. London, with the most Masonic lodges per square mile. The most. And their bullshit religions that they concoct together to entertain the masses and confuse them and keep them in states of, what is that word? States of damn it means like compartmentalization. States of limited inquiry. What is that word? Limited inquiry. Ah, damn it. fuck, I can't think of that word. It means limited inquiry. Uh, obscurantism. Obscurantism. States of obscurantism. Damn, I keep feeling like I got a tick or something on me. I was on the woods earlier. Fucking I had one like it might have bit me or something. It didn't bite into me though, because I flicked it off and then I burned it with the dab torch. Well, I'm getting way off track here. Damn, the cigarette keeps going out. Yes. States of obscurantism to keep you in compartmentalized ideologies so that you think that you're doing what you're doing on your own free will, but you're actually doing something or thinking something because of a peer pressure psychological impression that's put upon you through group thinking. That's what's happening. Hmm. What does that mean? Yeah, the ooh, now I'm putting this shit out. I guess I got a joint right here. Yeah, so you know what they say: if you get injured, put some weed on it. I'm just joking. Drunken Link. What are you guys even talking about? You coming on or what? I'm sitting up here by myself. Nobody wants to hang out. You need to socialize more. Yeah, I remember one time I was at the bar with my friend, and some chick walked up to him. Some hot ass chick wearing like, she was super hot. You could tell she was rich, and fucking, she like basically she almost stood on his leg, and I'm like drinking like about spitting my fucking drink out like damn, what the fuck, you know? and then the, and then the chick like walks away or something. I'm like, dude, you need to holler at that chick. And he's like, no, no, I don't have any money. It's like, what does that have to do with anything? you know, I was like, my friend that passed away, he used to get all sorts of chicks. He didn't have any money. He didn't have a fucking home to live in. He didn't have anything. He was always getting chicks. It was like some kind of, I don't know, fucking lucky bastard. It doesn't matter, but life's not about getting laid or anything. But the point is that people are not socially being social, you know. Uh, yeah, I mean, think about it. All these people go to these big concerts and stuff. You hear all this music. You can't really hear what anybody's saying. There's no conversations. There's no. I mean, it's. I don't know. Like back, even like 10, 15 years ago, like, it was like if I got some good weed and I called everybody up and was like, yo, come smoke with me, at least 5 people would come over and smoke a joint with me. These days, that doesn't go on. I don't know how it is in everybody else's world, but I used to have like a million friends on all sorts of different shit that were friends in real life and stuff, and that they all just disappeared. Oh, well, looks like it's. Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me? Uh,
Can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Where are you calling
Yeah,
from?
good. Can you hear me? Clint,
Yeah, where are you calling from?
Wales, brother.
Wales,
Wales.
Scotland. Wales, like Scotland.
No, Wales, Wales, bro.
Wales,
No,
England.
Wales as in Cymru. No, yeah, that's a bad joke, that is. The Principality of Wales, the one that's under the fucking sufferance of Scotland and England.
Hmm. Hold on, let me just
Oh,
look on a map here.
oh, bro, my headphones are fucked up.
Let's see here. Wales. What is it? Wait, is there? There's no H.
Wales.
Wales. Okay, here we go.
No.
Oh, I see. Oh, the Welsh. You're Welsh?
Iachida, Cymru. I'm
Ah,
fucking
okay.
Welsh, but
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
well, not really. If you like living in a slave town,
Oh yeah. Where the fuck's Scotland at? Well, Scotland's north.
that's the top. That's the top of England. That's your old Solomonic Templars, bro.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm part Scottish. Yeah.
Oh, God bless you. Well, you can have it back if you like. They don't do anything with it.
Well, I'm related to the McAlpine clan of Scotland.
McAlpine, that's Irish, bro.
Well, they were the last Scottish kings
Oh,
back in
maybe.
like
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't researched that far back. Last Scottish kings. Fucking hell. You are going back some time.
yeah, back like
Well,
1000
actually, if you're not
AD.
going back that far, because Charles is fucking Scottish. Jacobite, all that
Oh, yeah.
shamaz.
I'm related to the old England, was just called Mercia.
Okay, yeah, well, it was all Messiah, wasn't it? That whole
Yeah.
Portuguese,
Well, then there was
Iberian, Celtic peninsula.
then there was the Dalriata. Do you know what that is?
No, go on.
Dalriata. It was like part of Ireland and Wales and Scotland. It was like one of the first kingdoms. I'm related to
Oh,
that
you mean
kingdom.
oh yeah, the Celtic triad. You mean
Yeah,
Brittany,
the
the
before the
Bretons?
before the Pictish merged with them. Uh,
God, you are obsessed with the Scots, aren't you?
Alright.
Anyway, what are you smoking?
Some kind of kush or something.
Well, you can't beat a nice Kutch.
Yeah, the whoa, excuse me. It's getting down to the roach.
Don't need to be. You and your
Yeah.
roaches, bro. What is it about you and your roaches?
I like to smoke weed.
Hey, don't we all like to smoke fucking weed? Got me in a lot of trouble over the years smoking weed, brother. A lot of trouble.
Oh yeah. What is it legal there now or?
Is it fuck, man? No, no, no. It needs to stay illegal, bro, because people fucking need that money. I can't imagine the price of weed with tax on it.
That's pretty cheap up here.
Although it's still $3 grand a kilo over here.
Jesus. That sounds expensive.
Yeah. Well, 2.2 pounds in a kilo, so you do the math.
Well, I guess it's well, Yeah, that seems
Sorry.
kind of expensive.
Well, this is going off the topic of the lovely Bill Cooper, and it. Bless him.
Oh yeah. Yeah, how long you listen to
I
Cooper
read.
for?
Um, well, I read this book a long time ago, but like it all flashed back in my brain when COVID started, when they tried to pull that stunt of, okay, Covidius Maximus. Let's just say, can't really say that, can we? I don't want to get anyone into trouble,
I
and I'm
call it.
certainly not getting myself shot in this country.
Well, I call
Do
it
you
the
understand?
pandemic.
Oh yeah, scamdemic,
Yeah.
plan
Well, I mean,
scam, same old joke.
well, I think there was a real disease or something. Cause I was super sick. Fucking,
Oh no, it was
I don't know.
never isolated, bro. If you really want to look and check and even ask Google, where was it isolated? And it was never isolated anywhere. Oh, apparently North Korea. And then, well, there you go, North Korea.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think it has to do with germ theory, where an older version of germ theory called terrain theory. There was
Yeah, yeah,
they
completely.
believe that there was a book that showed evidence of the virus is mutating under the terrain, and that so if,
Okay.
if something was mutating, you wouldn't be able to isolate it because it would only stay in the form and the environment that it was in.
Have you ever heard of SARS?
Yeah, I'm sure the Chinese made that one. Germ
Well,
warfare.
according to my information, it was a guy called Jonathan Epstein in Penn State University, but
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah,
and that work carried on from the Portland Down experiments in the 70s.
whoa, yeah, I think that they were. I forget what operation it's called. Like, it's like one
Warp
from the
speed.
'70s. It was one that Cooper claimed that AIDS was created under.
Oh, definitely. That's I think that's Coleman's work, though, isn't it?
Uh,
Dr. John
ah,
Coleman.
it's not. It's not Operation Northwoods. It's something else. It's around the
Okay.
same period, I think. This is
What
called. It had like a similar name.
you mean the Ebola experiments in South Africa?
I mean, there was the Fauci was all up in the AIDS. Cooper
Fauci was
believed.
all up in the AIDS, mate. Staten Island. Whoop, whoop.
Well, Cooper believed that. William Cooper believed that Fauci that there was some kind of uh, basically like a modern Nazi agenda or something against the Africans in Africa with AIDS, where it was a eugenics program.
South Africa, yeah. Yeah, they were trying to defertilize the African through Mandela and his lot, the famous South African Freemason.
Yeah, yeah. Then they're always hailing that Selassie, but he was in bed with the Queen.
Oh yeah. Well, no, that's more Ethiopian Rastafarianism, isn't it? Lee
Well,
Scratch Perry's got a lot to answer for, my friend, and
has to do with the
his brother Richard Branson. There you go.
what?
Island Records.
Oh yeah. Well, Selassie has to do with the British Israelism. The because it's like
That's Freemasonry. Straight Freemasonry, bro. You look at all the attire, the Lion of Judah, all that shit. Not saying it's all shit, bro. I've got friends who are Rastas. It's all good for me, but they're going down that hole. Same as us all.
yeah, it was originally just having to do with Leo constellation and how Leo's paw or something during September 8th or something,
Oh,
or
the Green Lion.
August 8th, I think. It's
Yeah,
where
the Green
Sirius,
Lion.
yeah, Sirius is closest to Earth on that date. Uh, and so it's just symbolism of uh, enlightenment.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was
Yeah,
adopted by Freemasons.
what degree?
Fucking God knows what degree. My dad was secretary of his lodge, but
Oh, yeah.
he discovered a £2.5 million fraud within a big brewery system, and he tried to expose it,
Oh wow.
and it made him very ill, very messed
Oh
up,
whoa.
and he had to take retirement from the civil service, which basically was a customs excise officer, but he still had a few little, few morals left. You can't
Oh
have
yeah.
many morals left if you're a tax collector, though.
Yeah. What kind of ring did he have? Do you remember? Uh,
A shitty one.
oh, yeah. Yeah. The what was I gonna say? Something about the
No, my dad was just a Protestant Blue Lodge boy.
Oh, okay.
So anti-Catholic, anti all that.
Did he ever talk about Freemasonry or?
Oh God, yeah. If a brick and a half weighs 1.5 pounds, what's the weight of a brick?
Nah. Did he ever talk about it in the like the Fulcanelli way?
No, he talked about it all in riddles and rhymes.
Hmm. He sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. It is until you understand that the guy wasted his whole fucking life.
Do you remember any of the riddles? I might be able to help you
If a
solve
brick
one.
and a half weighs 1.5 pounds, what's the weight of a brick?
Oh, huh. 1.5 pounds. If a
Yeah.
brick and a half weighs, oh, then a 1 pound.
Are you sure?
Brick and a half weighs 1.5 pounds. And what's the weight of the
What's
brick?
the weight of a brick?
I mean, I would assume one brick would be 1 pound. Yeah.
Like
You
I
ever
say, it's all riddles, brother. It's all riddles.
you ever hear of Kilmartin Glen in Scotland?
Um, yeah, I'm related to him.
Oh, really?
No, I'm only joking. Is it a place or a person?
Well, it's both. It was where they crowned the kings in Scotland, and where the
Okay, Stone of Scoon and all that.
no, it was before that. It was like a spot where you'd put your foot in it, and it had like a foot mark, and then all around it was ancient cave drawings carved into the stone. Spire.
Nice. I'm into Celtic art in a big way.
They say it's where the fairy folk and the elves. You ever hear the Irish
Oh
oral
God, yeah,
tradition?
I'm married to an Irish girl, mate.
Uh, you know what the Seelie and the Unseelie?
Yeah, I think I married one.
The Seelie was the forever the same, and the Unseelie was forever changing, and that they were the elves
Okay.
at war, and that the elves are the fairies, and that the Seelie
Yeah.
prince the Seelie prince
Fairies and pixies and all that. It's all very dark. It's all very, very dark. It's a dark feminine energy, isn't it?
well, the lore is that the prince of the forever the same elves married the queen of the forever changing elves, the fairies, and that but eventually the forever changing took over. It may be like a metaphor for culture or something. How it's like culture was once forever the same, where people would continue it, and then but
When
now
they control the
culture,
language, they control the narrative.
yeah, yeah. Wait, up,
In
so
my
dude.
country, in my country, if you spoke Welsh, which Welsh to an English person, if you look it up, it means foreigner. Now, if you look at anything about the history of Britain, which isn't a real word, Britain, it's a misnomer. But
Yeah,
the
means
Welsh,
contract.
we are the original British, but we live in a shitty principality ruled over by a prince, a German prince. That's why it says Ich dien, and we have three. A word you like to use on here, fleur de lis, 3 white feathers,
Yeah,
and it says underneath the 3 white feathers in German, I might add, not in Welsh or English, in German, Ich dien, which means we serve.
huh?
Slaves, bro, slaves.
Yeah, Brit means contract. British people of the contract.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
covenant, a new covenant made by the British Israelists.
It annoys me.
Yeah, the crown is disgusting.
Yeah, well, you have Catholic conservative Whigs, which are all the lords in this country, and they're not Catholic; they're all Ashkenazi Jews. If
These
you
days, there's
actually
a lot
look
of
it,
there's a lot of
if
Muslims
you
too over
actually,
in England.
well, business is business. Solomonic Templars will Solomonic Temple.
Uh, to me, they're all going insane because it's like the temple was always the symbol of the universe, and that it's only it can't be rebuilt physically. It's just a symbol. Uh, yeah, the Mason stuff said the the first pillar Judah was the North Pole to Polaris, and that the second pillar Benjamin was the South Pole to another star, and so Earth was like the porch of the temple of the universe.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the
I might do my John McEnroe joke now. You cannot be serious.
well, it's like Judah equates to Jachin, which means strength, which
Okay.
refers to Mars, uh, and then Boaz refers to Benjamin, which means firmness or something. Which
Well,
I'm not sure what
the
that
two
refers to.
pillars of the Kabbalah.
But it's a pre-Kabbalah thing. It's think of it
Right.
more like old masonry. It's old masonry.
Well, get the
It's
chisel out and start carving.
yeah. It's like they had a symbol for like the summer solstice was the iron lodestone. Uh, that
Yeah.
that
Yeah. Yeah.
Mars was the iron lodestone of the summer solstice because Mars is in Cancer and Cancer's got the donkeys and the stars.
Fucking you and your asses, bro.
Well, it's interesting. It's you got to keep all.
Yeah, yeah. Something new. I'd never known that one.
Yeah,
Was
it
it
makes you wonder.
a crucified donkey?
Well, I think if there was a Jesus, he might have been born on summer solstice, not December
I know
25th.
the word Jesus is such a weird one, isn't it? Really, because I mean, Jesus is a Spanish name for starters. It's and it comes out of that Roman sort of soldier cult.
Oh yeah, like Cincinnati or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't really know much about Cincinnati. The only person who's ever mentioned Cincinnati was Dr. John Coleman, to my sort of, in my sort of search for sort of weirdness.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, and JJ, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
JJ likes his Cincinnati.
Yeah, What was I gonna say? Something about. Damn it, I'm stoned.
Lucky old you.
Oh shit! Sorry.
I think it's a bit early in the morning for me to try and wake up weed dealers.
Yeah.
I can't grow weed anymore. It's just got me to too much trouble.
Oh yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I just buy it at the
Yeah,
store.
it does. I wish I had a store. I wish I could get a $20 half ounce, I tell you.
The well, technically, I might know someone in England that might have some weed. I think they
Okay.
might be near
Well,
you. I can't say who it
brilliant.
is, but if you message me on Twitter, I can tell you who it is.
I'm not on Twitter, bro. I don't do
Oh, okay.
Elon Musk.
Well,
It's
actually,
scary.
I'd have to ask them.
Oh, no, don't. Just give me their number and I'll rock up at their door.
That
Joke. Now, it's nice to meet you, Clint, after all these years. I've been listening to you for a very long time, it seems.
Oh wow. Well, thank you.
Can I ask you, what was your problem with, why did you fall out with that lovely guy from Birmingham? I thought he was a nice guy. He had an Indian wife, didn't he?
Oh yeah, Lee. I thought Lee
Yeah,
was cool. He got upset because I was
yeah,
I was trying to ask Harry if because Harry's always saying stuff. I was trying to ask Harry if it would be
yeah.
wise.
Listen, I heard the cast, man. I watched the podcast. I think he thought it was such a loaded question.
It was definitely a lawyer
Do you get
question.
what I mean? It was a loaded question, Clint, man. Situational ethics, you know the one.
Yeah, I mean, still though, to prove a point.
I haven't got a racist bone in my body, brother. We have half Jamaican children here, you know. Everything's good.
Well, I don't think Lee's racist. He's just
Oh, he's got an
he's
Indian
a
wife, for
slut.
God's sake.
Yeah, he thinks the conspiracy is all about the Jews and stuff, and I don't think
Bro,
that's.
if you'd have lived where Lee lived, and I know he lived in Cornwall after he got out of Birmingham, but if you lived where he lived, it is just an Asian hot pot now. You have the Saddam Hussein Golden Mosque. Birmingham is little India. Well,
Oh
Pakistan,
Jesus!
India, Somalia, wherever
Yeah,
else.
where
I've got to be careful what I say.
is Ozzy from Birmingham?
Um, Black country, definitely. I'm not sure if it's Birmingham though. Might be Wolverhampton, mate.
I'm related to some English people on the southeast corner of England. I don't know what
Oh,
that's called.
southeast.
Yeah,
Southeast. Suffolk.
yeah, like some kind of small town on like the shore or something.
Norfolk.
It was really small town. It's man, I swear I got bit by that tick.
Oh, you did. I can see it.
Usually, if I get bit by something, I just burn it.
Oh, yeah. Look, check this out. You know, I said I had kittens.
Oh yeah, nice.
Can you
Yeah.
see?
Oh yeah. Yeah, cats are nice. Keep the mice away and stuff.
Cats are cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a little Pomsky here as well somewhere, but I think she's in bed.
Oh yeah. Looks like a lot of people don't get the.
How's the wild cats?
Oh, they're they're pretty wild. Yeah, there's
I bet. Yeah.
yeah, it's feeding them some chicken with the chopsticks just so I don't get bit or slashed. Yeah, so it's like a lot
Well,
of
they're
people
dining
don't.
out well.
Yeah, I feed them really good. I don't want no mice eating my
Good.
car. because I don't really drive very
So
much.
me and you were old ex skate punks, am I right? Are you an old skate punk raver?
I used to skateboard. I wasn't really into the rave
Yeah,
scene,
and
but
rave. I can see you can rave. I can
I was.
picture you raving, Clint.
Well, I mean, I would probably go to one if back then.
Yeah, I've got loads of ghost stories if you want to hear them.
Oh, you got a ghost story?
Oh,
Oh
I
yeah.
got some good ghost stories. Not like made up stories, things that have actually happened.
Yeah, do you or a friend or something?
Pardon?
Yeah, like a ghost story that happened to you.
Yeah, well, it happened to me and someone else at the same time. So when it's two people that have experienced the same thing, it's definitely not a, or it might be a folly Madu. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, let's hear it.
Okay. I was living in Cornwall about 25 years ago, and my friend, I'd gone back to Wales, and my friend had this big grow in a small Cornish village. And I turned the television on while I was in Wales, and on the 10 o'clock news, the first thing I saw was my friend wading out of his house because it had a massive flood. The riverbanks had burst, and the estuary had flooded, and the whole sort of village had to be evacuated by the fire engines and everything, and people had to get out of their houses, obviously. And the first image on the TV, and you can still see this to this day if you wanted to research it, is my friend coming straight out of his house with 3 bin bags full of weed. Yeah,
To,
are you there?
yeah, can you hear me?
Now, a week or so later, when this, yeah, a week or so later, when this weed had dried, we went to pick it up, and we went to pick it up, and we drove down to this place, and it was just after a natural disaster, yeah. And something about the lay of the land. And we got down to the place, picked the weed up, and as we were driving out the village, and I still don't know how to describe it today. It looked like oh, the Grim Reaper, yeah,
Whoa.
went straight through me and my friend. We both looked at each other. We didn't say a word to each other until we carried on home. Got to my house. I asked my friend, what did he just see? And he said, well, it seemed like a fucking Grim Reaper that gone straight through the both of us and was carrying on back down to the village we just come out of, climbing out of a village on a coastal road. And
With the
well,
Sith too?
that night,
Did that?
our friend, our friend lost their child,
Jesus. That's horrible.
and we had felt death, yeah, that had gone straight through us both and was heading down towards that village, and it freaked me out. It's freaked me
Whoa.
out for 25 years.
That's spooky. But it
There
looked
was
like
also another,
it had a white
yeah, there was
face.
also another, no, the whole fucking thing,
Well, I mean, like,
like
did
the
the Grim
whole,
Reaper? No, I understand it, but like, I'm just wondering what it looked like more. Did it have like a white face and like a
it,
literal
it looked like,
a
it
blade?
looked like, it looked like sea fog that you could see an image in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that went straight through. Came through the window of the car. It came right through the car, right through me and Neil, right through out the back of the car. I've never experienced anything like it, and it wasn't the skunk,
Oh yeah. I've seen videos
and
like
it
that.
wasn't the skunk.
Driving through ghosts. Uh,
Yeah, I just
Well,
Well,
I
it's
was
just
wondering
one
about
of
the
those
face
things.
color because, like, when I seen the ghost in the graveyard with my ex girlfriend, uh, that its face was pure white, and it looked like a human, but it was see through. It was really freaky. So
Yeah, yeah. You know, sometimes the veil comes down, bro. Sometimes the veil just comes down.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's definitely heard a lot of weird stories. Experienced a lot of weird shit.
I
I
probably didn't
definitely.
tell that tale. I probably didn't tell that tale that well. But in my mind, whew, it's scary.
Oh yeah, I was visualizing like a brick road or something with like.
Well, imagine a Cornish lane that's probably, I mean, the road is probably older than America, if you get what I
Yeah,
mean. It's
like a narrow road.
old, old. Yeah, like an old coastal smuggling path that comes out of a smuggling village in Cornwall.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's spooky.
Yeah. Yeah, and considering what they used to do in that area, they used to be wreckers. You know what a wrecker is?
No.
It's like an inland pirate.
Huh.
So what they would do is they would climb up on the cliffs, half the village, with their lanterns, and they would get ships of trade to think that they were coming into a port, and then they would
Oh.
lure that ship on, and they would lure that ship onto rocks, smash the boat, and then salvage it.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I forget. Yeah.
Well, you were talking about Drake the pirate earlier, and I just thought, well, there's pirates, there's wreckers, there's all sorts of ways of robbing boats.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm
Although
really into
I do bless Drake for his tobacco and potato bringing.
it. Yeah, but the Queen, she didn't let the Irish have the potatoes.
Oh no!
Everybody blames their
Oh,
advisor,
don't
but I blame
start!
her.
Oh, don't wake me her up, man! Don't wake me her up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
the
part Irish
Napoleonic
too.
War, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, I got the leprechaun name. Uh,
Oh, Maguire.
oh no, no, I didn't know that was real. It just sounds kind of leprechaun. I'm not gonna say what it is, but
Okay.
I've definitely seen some things that you
Go
would
on,
call
you can tell me.
leprechauns. I was tripping before I seen
Oh yeah,
some.
what DMT elves is it?
Well, they were like this tall. They were marching around. It was pretty weird.
I met Buddha on DMT. That was a weird one.
Yeah, I haven't done that in like 12 or 13 years or something. Uh,
Yeah, I don't trip normally. My friend's just got half ounce of mushrooms, and I'm a bit dubious. I might take a gram or two, but taking stupid amounts of mushrooms at 55 sounds bonkers. I took 3 carrier bags when I was about 17, and that took about 12 years to come down from.
yeah, that's about how it goes.
But if you're young, stupid, and you don't know if you're young, stupid, and you don't know what a dose is, and you're thinking, come on, let's have a cauldron between 5 of us.
Cauldron. Yeah,
Yeah, cauldron.
what's weird because you trip real hard and then you think about it for years. You're like, what the hell did I even see? Like,
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I always wanted to know, like that, you're coming up on a trip, yeah, and then you get to that point of perfectness, and then you're coming down off that trip, and you're trying to get back to that middle of that trip, that fulcrum of unsustainable high, unfathomable low. and it is that point in the middle. It's called a fulcrum.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when the chrysanthemum appears.
Oh God, does it?
Have you ever seen one of them? The chrysanthemums?
Oh, hang on, I've painted a few. Hang on, let me show you.
They just appear in the air.
What,
You're
like
like,
that?
whoa.
What, like
It's
that?
like circles with patterns.
Like this?
I've seen stuff similar, I guess, but more patterny usually.
Okay. What, like this?
Like that thing on the church front, the circle thing, chrysanthemum.
There's my 4-leaf clover there, look.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I paint trippy artwork. You might be able to tell.
One of my friends can always find 4-leaf clovers. I don't know how.
Yeah, you sure he hasn't? Are you sure he hasn't got a bit of super glue?
No, it's legit. I've got
What,
one
to
of them
quit?
somewhere.
How's your tobacco addiction going?
I probably smoked like 5 cigarettes.
So, have you got any advice to me on how to marry a cougar?
Your old lady, the Irish lady.
Yeah.
Nah, well,
Sorry,
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
making a cigarette. And I have to say cigarette in my country, if I'm afraid, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, what was yeah, it was it's weird dating a cougar a long time ago. It's
Yeah.
like there's no way. Because when I first met her, I had friends over and stuff, and she came over and left, and I'm like, so what do you think of this chick? And they're all like, oh, she's pretty hot, you know. I'm like, oh, you know, cool, whatever. and then and then seen that scar on her arm from the vaccine or something, and fucking I'm like, wait a minute, and fucking checked her license, and she was like 43, and I was like, whoa, because I was only like
Whoa.
26.
Oh, you got eaten. You mean you got eaten alive? Is that
Well,
what you're saying?
the chick was super rich somehow, or I don't know
Well,
how rich she was, but she kept giving me
yeah,
money.
I know, but with privilege becomes a whole lot of shit, doesn't it?
Well, it was weird because the cougar chick was in all those weird groups. She kept flying to Egypt and all this stuff all the time.
Okay, my dad was a bit like that. The old cruise up the Nile, wank shite.
Oh, your dad went to Egypt?
Oh yeah, my dad took me around the world when I was a kid until I discovered cannabis, and then we became completely. To them, I went off the rails. To me, I got fucking sane.
Yeah.
You know,
I wonder if
what people call sort of autism, they called it hyperactive crazy kid syndrome, and you were just a naughty kid in my day. You weren't anything else. They didn't have a diagnosis like Asperger's or autism or all this crap now that you have to have a diagnosis for now.
yeah. Yeah, it's all just made up bullshit. It's
Shit.
people
Yeah,
not
sorry.
teaching people right and stuff, and
Yeah.
it's like people that are hyperactive and stuff. They got like a fine-tuned ability for it's like an ancient
2
ability to
lighters.
yeah, like somebody with ADHD and all this stuff, if they were in the jungle or something, they would more likely survive than somebody without ADHD.
Oh yeah. My flight of fright is always in action, bro.
Yeah.
You've lived that sort of weird ghetto lifestyle. I mean, I grew up, yeah, in a nice little middle class sort of place. I then got dumped into a place called Newport Hill. If you want to look it up, you can have a look. It's probably the worst place in Wales. The place is a Somalian ghetto, and I'm not being rude to anyone, Jamaicans, Chinese, Afghans, whatever. When I was a kid, they all fitted in, and then you had Somali enclaves of people who wouldn't learn the language, but I don't know how all those people were supplied with crack cocaine. That was just, well, probably MI5, probably the same as Pakistanis getting supplied with heroin in Birmingham.
Oh yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Clint?
Yeah.
So what do you think of the drug war? What do you think the drug war was about?
Cooper says it's a war on freedom. That it was never
The
about
war on the
drugs.
class.
Yeah, he says it was never about drugs. It was just about taking away everybody's
A
rights.
class war to destroy the middle class.
You know, the lawyers are the
What, to
lawyers.
destroy the middle classes?
Yeah, it's like well, it's beyond any equity. It's like the lawyers and stuff. They're
What, we'd introduce it as rap music, make it look all cool, and then the fall of society.
oh yeah, they're definitely socially engineering everything. Even this joint keeps running. Yeah,
your balls t-shirt reminds me of buying Nike Jordan tracksuit bottoms and going raving back in the 90s, 91, 92.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the some lady from London that's came on before that was in the rave scene back then. It'd be funny if you knew her.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of us. I mean, there's a whole generation of acid casualties here. A whole generation of MDMA acid casualties.
Casualties.
Well, an acid casualty. You know what an acid casualty is, Clint?
Like a metaphor about just doing too much or something.
Well, I don't think you go up and come completely down, do you?
I don't know. I don't know if it even is a drug. I think it just messes with your eyes and makes you see more energies or something. And like
What, fungus?
It's
Are you talking about mushrooms, or we talking? Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
anything that's like a
What?
tryptamine.
Ergotamine extractions.
Yeah, it's all fungus. It's all but like
Yeah,
it's like the fungus. It can't exist until it lodges itself into a mammal's neuroreceptors, and then it
spine,
lives.
isn't it? Bottom of the
Well,
spine.
the melatonin receptors, I think. But so something like that. But then once the fungus uh, is interlocked with the mammal species, it has a symbiosis where
Yeah, it's
it gains.
a graft at the bottom of the spine.
Well, it gains your senses, but you also gain its senses, and so thus
Absolutely.
everything seems
So
funny.
basically, you've just hitched yourself up to a mistletoe plant.
Yeah, you gain new senses, and then everything seems really funny, and it's like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Well, a mistletoe plant is a mistletoe plant has no roots. It lives off another organism.
Oh yeah, it's symbiotic.
Sorry to get druidical, but you know, I am Welsh.
The mistletoe is thought of as a mystical plant. It's like the serpent egg and
Yeah,
the
yeah,
so
but it needs a host to live,
yeah. I forget what they would
like
say
the
about it.
mushroom. Like the mushroom. God, I got 25 lighters here. None of them fucking work.
Oh, yeah, you ever read that Mushroom in the Cross book by Allegro? Oh, where'd he go? I think he froze. Oh, oh, there you are. You ever read that Mushroom in the Cross book? You got yourself muted. Uh, no, you're muted for some reason. Okay.
Sorry. What, Jesus and mushroom?
Yeah.
I haven't read the book. I've seen a few, maybe I've seen a few little sort of YouTube things on it.
You seen that
It
Allegro
kind of makes
interview?
a little bit of sense. What,
What's
John
interesting?
Allegro?
Yeah, John Allegro. What's interesting
Yeah.
because like there's like 3 or 4 possibilities. Either A, that it's the literal spirit of the mushroom. B, that that it simply takes you to a spirit named Jesus. C, that it
That's very Gnostic.
well, I mean, it's like shamanism. It's you heard of Terrence
Okay.
McKenna?
I have. I've chased him round a field, bro.
Uh, so
Not
you heard of
joking.
well, I believe you. You've heard of his dare, 7 grams psilocybin, cubensis, and silent darkness. No
Yeah,
sound.
I just told you I did 3.5 carrier bags of mushrooms when I was about 17.
Well, like Terrence says, Terrence says to
Terrence
do.
said.
Well, one time when I was a kid, me and my friends split 50 grams, but I only did 19 of them.
Shit.
One of
Have you
my
ever
other
tried
friends,
Welsh mushrooms?
I don't know.
Have you ever tried Welsh mushrooms?
What species? What's the active? Is it
Uh,
psilocybin or?
yeah,
Well, I probably have
cubensis, I
it.
think. Okay,
Cubensis.
maybe I should send you some.
Oh no,
Get
they're
you,
not
get
legal.
you, get you back in, get you back into that Scottishness.
No, I don't trip anymore.
Excuse me, pal. By the way. No, okay. I don't either. But you said you'd smoke salvia. I could send you tons of salvia.
Oh, it's illegal here too, so I have to decline it.
Okay, but I'll still post it to you, Glenn.
Yeah, that mushroom dare though. Terrence is. He says because I listened to all his
I don't like that.
lectures
I don't like the idea of a.
of a dare.
Oh, I haven't. I have a very, very
Well, so
suspicious mind around an American guy that gets caught importing cannabis and then walks out of India when we were all getting smashed for smuggling ash back in the 80s, bro.
yeah, well, I'm sure he might have like pulled some strings or something to get out of it, but like the
Well, like
so
phoned his handler.
well, I think that he said he claims in his lectures that he just started talking big words and that they just kind of like let him go. They were
Do you
afraid to
think?
hear. I mean, it's
Do you
possible
think?
if somebody was like, "Well, Terrence is crazy." I mean, he's like, imagine he was probably tripping or something while he was doing it or something.
There's only one way you're going to get off a drugs charge in India, and that's baksheesh. Yeah. Can I see my hand?
Wait,
Baksheesh.
your hand's gone?
No. I'm saying the only way to get off a drugs charge in India is baksheesh, which means a bribe.
Oh, okay. That's definitely possible. Well,
My hand has gone though. Look.
well, well, so Terrence, he says he talks about this Mazatec tribe, Mexico, and he says the full dare is that
Okay. Oh, the lovely lady. You're on about the
yeah,
lovely lady in Mexico.
yeah,
Yeah.
Senorita, I forget her name, but so
But like you talk like Mexicans are the only people who've ever like indigenously taken fucking mushrooms, man. Like we've been
well,
taking mushrooms in the Celtic race since we were fucking kids. It grew all over my school as a kid. You waited to September, right? And then my whole school, 7 rugby pitches, 2 cricket pitches, and a hockey pitch was just covered in fucking psilocybin. So
oh
you can
wow.
imagine the education I got in school.
Well, it's not about race or culture or anything. I'm just
Oh
trying to
no. But what I'm
break
saying
down.
is, everybody thinks, oh, there are, Mexico is the hub of mushrooms. I don't think it is.
Oh yeah.
It might be
Do
in
you think
like,
the Scottish were eating mushrooms way before the 50s, or you? I mean, like you
well,
think Scottish
if
been
you're
eating?
going to war covered in blue, fucking paint yourself blue, right, and you're fucking having it with Romans butt naked, I'm pretty sure you've done a shitload of psilocybin. Do you get what I mean?
That'd be the only way to
Flesh.
survive. Yeah, no.
Well, you're not going to walk into battle with fear in your heart, are you? Are you?
That'd definitely be one way to do it. So the dare though, it's like uh 7 grams psilocybin cubensis. I'm not recommending anybody do this. I'm just saying what it is. But and I don't trip anymore. But like
Okay.
7 grams psilocybin cubensis alone in silent darkness, and that you have to ask out loud to speak with the mushroom ghost. You have to
The
say it out loud.
mushroom ghost.
Yeah, you have
Fucking
to.
hell. What's his name?
I I don't know, but to be honest, he says the dare. And he always leaves that part out that he says it on one of his lectures. I'm like, what?
Right.
He's saying
But
you gotta ask.
we are talking about a guy that went to, what was it, fucking Nepal, and saw a UFO on the top of a fucking cafeteria because he'd gone there to see a UFO on a cafeteria in Nepal.
I'm not sure about that one, but the
Oh, him and the Chaos Magician. Sorry, the Chaos comic
Ralph
guy.
Abraham,
Oh
Ralph
no.
Abraham.
This the guy that drew the comics after, or wrote the comics after the other British
Metzner.
Chaos Magician.
Oh,
Hey,
Rupert Sheldrake.
no. I'm talking more Batman cartoons. Oh,
Hmm.
Chaos. If you look up Chaos Magic, he's one of the first people to come to hand. I can't think of his. He's a Scotsman.
Robert Anton Wilson.
Oh no.
No.
I think he's American. Although I
Oh yeah,
do like Rob Anton Wilson in a
but it's
weird way.
character. He'd probably be fun to smoke a
Yeah.
joint with, but
Oh, definitely.
good person.
In fact, you'd have more fun with Robert Anton Wilson you would with either of those two brothers on the fucking CIA mushroom list. Although they might all be. If all your
Terrence is
beatnik
weird.
poets were, then hey,
Well, here's what was weird about Terrence for me. What he said. back in the '90s, like me and our friends used to trip really hard. We would trip our
How
brains
hard?
out. We'd take one time. I took
Out?
like
Actually, out? You
one
actually
time.
got them out?
One time in 1998, I took five. No, was it four or five different kinds of acid all at once, and like freaking, I was tripping so hard. Like I was like sitting on this bench at some grocery store, and it was dark out, and it seemed like it was daylight, but it wasn't. And like I don't know,
I
I got
know that one.
well.
What, ultraviolet?
Well,
Ultraviolet.
I had to call my stepdad to get a ride home because I couldn't find a ride home. And I'm like sitting there, and it feels like I'm like on The Simpsons or something. I'm like, everything looked like I was Simpsons land or something. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah. Oh, do you remember that Bart Simpson's LSD?
I haven't seen that one, but the
No.
well, then my stepdad picks me up. He's listening to country music, and I couldn't stop laughing. I just kept looking out the window laughing. And he's like,
Was it Dolly Parton?
he's
Was
he's
your
like,
dad a
oh,
Dolly fan?
he's like, this boy's on some drugs or something. I just started laughing even more.
What?
Then I got home and I got home and I was sitting on my bed like smoking a bowl or something, and smoking a bowl of weed, and fucking like I
Well,
started looking at some comic book, and it looked like the pages were all moving and shit. And then like it was a weird trip because then I went in the kitchen and I like stood there and I was holding on, or everything started looking all white. And then I grabbed onto the stove handle because the stove was the only thing that wasn't white. Everything turned to white, and then I was just holding on to the stove, and then it felt like I disappeared or something. And then, and then I woke up the next morning in my bed. It was pretty weird. It was a weird trip. Oh, where'd he go? No, maybe I should pass out anyways. Yeah, it's already daylight. I better put the link in just in case he comes back, just so he can say peace. Oh, damn it. What was it? Okay, yeah, the cultures that use plants and stuff, they were interesting because they uh they didn't have no magic words or no you didn't have to be anything special to see the forbidden world of the supernatural, the ghost realm, if you will. The and I don't know if you guys remember that cave video I played last night. I can replay it if you want. The had the ghost voices. I'm just gonna play it because it's spooky as hell. uh, where'd it go? Yeah, here it is. Ghost in cave.
Here's that ore chute again. I gotta get past this chute.
Oh, keep in mind that it's got parts that are amplified. It actually sounds well. If you go to the original video on YouTube, it's actually you can hear it better without the sound amplified. I think if you just turn your speakers way up, it's really spooky. All right.
Wow, crazy. And then you can see how big these timbers are. That's about almost a foot in diameter, the big cross timber. So they had to put big ones in here to hold up all of this rock. And you can see right here where some of these boards are bending. Do you hear that? Sounds like is that wind? Can you? I don't know if you can hear that on the camera. Do you hear that? It stopped. Wow. Wow. I don't know what that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but that's crazy. Don't know if that's a bird or I don't know what that is. It almost sounds like snakes, but I've heard some weird stuff in mines, but that is definitely creepy. I don't know what that is. So let's get out of here. And that was weird. I don't hear it. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's some spooky shit. Spooky shit. Slytherin voice, some kind of serpent voice. Definitely super spooky. Oh, my camera. Nah, I still got like a quarter of a joint. I just put on a rap song. That video, you look up ghost video in a cave or some shit, you should be able to find it. I forget the guy's YouTuber name. I'm subscribed to him. I think. I haven't seen him update, but he's got 2 ghost videos. You watch the original video, it seems a lot better. But so you can hear it more clearly, it seems like. Especially if you got like big speakers, you turn it way up. It's really spooky. The yeah, that because it's really spooky because like I've heard stories from friends where they said that they heard some kind of weird voice or something like a ghost or something. Uh, what did they say? It said hello or something. They said it said hello or I'm here or something weird. You know, ghosts are spooky because according to like, well, from observation of watching like a million unsolved mysteries type ghost videos and stuff, it seems as though ghosts can create sound which can only be heard by one person somehow. They can. This is relevant because back in like 2001, I used to crash at one of my friends' houses sometime, and like there was this Vietnam veteran that was like living in the duplex uh, underneath or whatever. So we were always upstairs, and the dude's apartment was always below us. We'd always try to be real quiet and stuff, but like the uh, the dude was he would always yell stuff at night. Damn it, fucking man. He would say he would say do you mind? He'd say it over and over, and like we'd be like dead silent, you know, just watching TV, sitting there, passing a joint real quiet, you know, fucking like, and you'd hear him yell at it like 4 in the morning or 6 in the morning or something crazy. The but it was like it sounded like he was talking to somebody. That's what it always sounded like, because he wasn't yelling at us. He was like, it was really creepy, because because when you'd watch him walk out of his house, like when if you're on the porch or something drinking, uh, he would walk out and he would be talking to himself, looking down, talking at the ground, talking about I don't know. No one knows what the hell he was saying, but he was talking, and like I don't know, that type of stuff's spooky. The yeah, like the I think I told that story before. One of my friends was like, he got in a car accident or something. He no, he didn't go to the hospital, and I was like, you didn't go to the hospital? I'm like, what are you, retarded? I'm like, go to the fucking hospital, and fucking I took him to the hospital because I wasn't gonna, because he said he was gonna go, but I was like, you need to go to the hospital because he got hit in the head by a car. The fucking like went through his windshield. He was driving like a Ford Probe, and the bumper went through the windshield and hit him right in the head. And fucking he got in a car accident, and then he didn't go to the fucking the doctor or anything. And so I drove him to the doctor. No, I think I walked because I don't think I had a car at that time. Pretty sure I walked. Yeah, so I walked to the doctor, bought him some like food or biscuits and gravy or some shit. I don't remember. But I walked with the doctor, bought him some food and shit, and fucking took him to the doctor, the emergency room, and they were like, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with him." I'm like, "Check his fucking head. He was in a car accident." The emergency room refused to check his head, and fucking I was like, "The dude was in a fucking car accident," and they're like, we want to check his urine," and I'm like, "What the fuck for?" Because this is like this didn't have anything to do with the car accident itself. That was, who knows when that was. That was like weeks prior or something. The dude got in a car accident, and that like I'm arguing with this like nurse dude who thinks he's wearing some kind of like skin tight shirt with some kind of, I don't know. He looked like a fucking weirdo. The but he's all like, oh, he's like, he was refusing to check my friend's fucking skull, and for fucking because I thought my friend was bleeding on his brain or something. Uh, the blood pressure was causing him to like, who knows what. It was causing him some kind of like sleep deprivation or something. Uh, excuse me. But like the but I'm sitting there talking to this fucking doctor or some shit, arguing with him like you need to check his skull. He was in a car accident, and they were like, and the dude was talking. I don't know what the hell he was saying, but he was saying stupid shit, and I'm like, no, he's not on drugs. Like, and the fucking doctor kept arguing with me, and I'm like, and then the doctor's like, well, if the doctor seemed like some kind of pervert. He's like, well, if he doesn't pee in this thing, I'm gonna force a catheter into him. And he's like smiling or some shit. I'm like, you ain't forcing no catheter into my friend. It was fucked up. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was like, so then I told my friend, I'm like, go over there and fucking piss in a fucking thing for this fucking. There's some kind of bathroom or whatever. He went in the bathroom and pissed in a jar for the stupid doctor, and fucking his urine just had weed in it, which the doctor already knew that, and fucking but, and then the doctor still refused to check his skull for fucking do some kind of X-ray or some shit, or fucking CAT scan or something, because the dude literally was in a car accident, and fucking but but fucking, so anyways, I bring him back to my house because fucking the somebody had to watch him because he wasn't sleeping, and he was like acting all crazy and fucking I don't know. He needed help. There was nobody else to help him. I had to help him, and fucking and so the and so I'm like telling him, I'm like, give him all this food. I bought him milkshake, chicken strips or something. I don't remember. I kept buying him food because I didn't know what else to do. Like, this dude's fucked up. I took him to the doctor. It was the responsible thing to do. The doctors refused to fucking check his skull. Fucking so I'm just gonna feed him all his food, and smoke weed and make him pass out. I'm like, fucking, because he wasn't sleeping. He like wasn't sleeping for like a week or two or something. And like after the car accident, and fucking that it was a shame too, because that Ford Probe was in like mint condition. It was like pristine, like fucking absolutely rust free. I don't even like those cars, but like just one that's rust free is so rare, or anything that's rust free. But like the dude was fucking like not sleeping, so I made him a bed on my living room couch, and like that I had some friends over, and that the we're sitting there smoking weed, and like we could hear the dude in the living room, and he was like talking to somebody. He didn't have a phone or anything. Like the it was weird, and we kept hearing him, and we're like, who the fuck is he talking to? Like, what the fuck like, I thought he was sleeping, and like and then I like peek in, and it's like, the dude's like pretend like he's asleep or something. And I'm like, oh, it looks like he's asleep, I think. And then so I go back. I'm smoking with my friends. We're smoking uh the bunch of weed, and like I don't know what we're doing, watching TV or something. But the we kept pausing it or something, and then like we kept hearing him talk, where he's talking to somebody, and we're like, what the fuck? Like, the dude's like, there's nobody in the room. Who's he talking to? He ain't got no phone. Like, who's he talking to? Like, and so then we like kept sneaking up to the door and like peeking in, and then we finally caught him talking, because we knew he was talking without a doubt. And then he denies it, and then I like we'll go back to the other room or whatever. It basically had two living rooms, but like the because I didn't really have I had a bedroom, but it was a huge bedroom, and it was basically like a living room because I had a couch in it and fucking another couch or something, two couches. I don't really sleep on a bed, but the what was I getting at? The uh yeah, so then we hear him talking again, and then I like go up in there, and I'm like, who the fuck are you talking to? He's like, nobody. I'm like, bullshit. You're definitely talking to somebody. I'm like, who the hell are you talking to? He was like refusing to say who or what he was talking to, and that like he kept pretending like he wasn't talking to anybody, and we all heard it. I'm like, dude, I'm like, we all heard you talking to somebody. All of us, we all heard it. There was like 3 or 4 people hanging out smoking weed. They all vouched and stuff. We're like, yeah, dude, we heard you talking. And like, and then the dude was like, he claimed he was talking to a ghost, and we really had to coerce him to like get him to say what he was talking to. It was real, like, come on, dude, you can trust us. We're not, we're taking care of you and stuff. Like, it was just fucked up. Uh, yeah, the yeah, I don't know. Dude seemed like he was haunted or something. I wouldn't doubt it. He's probably fucking haunted. Makes you wonder. Yeah. I'm guessing the one dude lost service or his phone died or something. The Welsh dude that was on. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's too bad Lee doesn't come on. He's always funny. I mean, like, the we disagreed on certain stuff, but it's no big deal. Was I getting at something about the supernatural stuff? Well, it seems like if somebody was like to design some kind of equipment that could measure etheric energy or something, like it seems like they'd want to test that type of equipment out at a psychological ward, around a bunch of crazy people, because crazy people seem to be uh, conduits of etheric energy. Uh, perhaps that's why all the occultists want to initiate all the craziest people. Like, oh, we need all the crazies to gain their etheric energy or whatever the fuck. Man, I swear that tick like bit me, but I felt it like crawling around on me, and then it was on my hand, and I'm like, by the time I had the flashlight out, it was like I threw it on the floor, and then I burned it with the dab torch. Those little bastards are fucking evil, little vampires. One time I was hanging out, smoking a joint by an apple tree, and like these, I seen on this limb there was just tons of ticks on this limb of this apple tree. And then I look down and I like bounce away from the apple tree, and there's like a tick running up like each leg or some shit. And I like swoop one off, and the other one it was like fucking going crazy, like fucking stupid bugs. It just blows my mind. One time I was in the backyard and like I don't even know what I don't even think I was messing with the brush or anything. I was just like uh and fucking and the like I think I was gonna no I think I was throwing knives at a knife thing or whatever, like a target or something, making YouTube videos or something, and like, and then this tick was like rah, it jumped on my thumb, and it was like, that was my shoulder cracking, it jumped on my thumb, and it was like, it started like going in circles real fast, and I like flicked it really hard, and it was still on there. I'm like, what the fuck, and it was like holding on for dear life, and it was like, man, it's fucking crazy. Uh, yeah, I just can't believe how crazy the ticks are. The there never used to be ticks when I was a kid. Like, like I used to roll around I used to like crawl on the ground and climb through all sorts of brush and stuff all the time. I was always like climbing on brush and like just like hanging out in trees and stuff, and like I don't know. I had like and this one tree fort, and this tree, it was in the middle of a swamp. You had to like jump to it to get to it. And I took all this wood out there and like this made like a tree fort with like a leather canopy or some shit that like so I could clam bake it. No, it's probably a waste of leather. I don't even know where I got the leather. It was like found in the barn or something. Nah, the how was I even getting it? Nah. All right, well I guess I'm going to sleep now. I've been on like way too long. gonna do a rap song before I go. Just gonna improvise lyrics. I don't know what cross means. Nah, can't think of any words. Yo, yo. I can't think of it. Yo, 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 yo. I got short arms, deep pockets. Walk around with a cheap wallet. And I'm quick to fall quick. Well, I don't know. Something alcoholic. Yo. I don't know. I can't think of any rhymes. Make sure you listen to William Cooper, houroftheTime.com. Strong bud. Here's a link for the start off on the special audio sets. Talk about the NSA, that's really good. Mind control, psychopolitics, germ theory, History Babylons, extended, double the amount of what everybody's already heard. Treason series, Scarlet and the Beast series, Lost Light series. There's a lot of good ones. NASA, how they mooned America. Everybody switch the beat. I don't remember. Yo, I need to introduce something. Yo, you're quick to jibber jabber. I can hear you walking with pitter patter. And I got the quickest rapping shit. Come back like I'm immaculate. Yo, like your mouth's flapping quick, but you ain't saying shit. I talk about Freemasons laying bricks, talking shit like, I don't know, smoking weed and I'm fading quick. Yo, my rap flow is outdated shit. I gotta change it, come back and rearrange it. Yo, I switch the words like I'm quick to hit the curb. Talk shit like I'm hitting herb. Smoke weed like this shit's absurd. And I'm trying to chill like I'm in a blizzard. Yo, word up. Yo, you heard it. Come back like that shit was jumped over, hurdled. Yo, like cheese that was curdled. Yo, I got the first flow, the worst flow. Talk shit like I'm immersed though. Yo, I don't know. Yo, I talk shit like there's a lot of us. Like I'm a hippopotamus. Talk shit like, yo, you in the abyss and it's bottomless. The devil's den. Yo, like 710 or 711. Like a reverend in heaven. Chillin' like I'm guessing for blessings. Yo, invest in it. Come back like this quest was quit. Talk shit like you digesting shit. Yo, I'm impressed and shit. Yo, is that at my end? Yo. That's weird. Yo. Yo, I rap a lot, like keep it Dragon Ball Z like Kakarot. Yo, smoke some weed and laugh a lot. Yo, I have to stop rapping, talk shit while I'm taking a nap. And you better stop drooling, you need a napkin. You a fool though, you a tool though, talk shit like you're too slow. Yo, and you a frog like you Bufo. Yo, heavyweight like sumo. Come back like Uno, reverse it. Yo, got rhymes that disperse quick. Yo, talk shit like in person. Yo, the worst one. Yo, come back with the motherfucking, I don't know. Yo. Yo, my rap style impeccable. Straight up wreck the flow. Talk shit like you guess it though. Motherfuckers. Yo. I don't know. I got nothing. Yeah, there's switch beats. Nah, maybe not. Yo. Yo. Nah, man, we'll go back to this one. Oh, wait. Yeah, yo, like who you trying to impersonate? I come back with a fate that's worse than fate. Talk shit a nervous rate. Yo, make my nerves escape, come back like, I don't know. Yo, I'm trying to win the lotto and go to Chicago tomorrow. Chillin' like, hey, can I borrow $1? Then I follow. Y'all motherfuckers know like you motherfuckers hollow. Y'all motherfuckers know like these motherfuckers got flow. Talk shit, motherfuckers split you like a taco. Motherfuckers chillin' like motherfuckers watch though. Y'all motherfuckers spit talking shit tomorrow. I don't know. Yo, like tomorrow. Keep it Metallica like Harvester of Sorrow. Come back like, yo, I heard your yellow belly like Yarrow. Yo, nah. Yo, the new world order says there's nothing forward, so I spit the chorus and I'm chilling like I'm in the forest. And these motherfuckers in Russia talking shit like they're just forest. Yo, and they eating porridge. I don't know. Yo, fuck Russia, fuck their slish milish. And they can have a fish with dish like I'm Amish and quick, talk shit like I'm I don't get nothing. I don't know any more Russian words. Yo. Damn, just fucking that. Yo. Not fast enough to Chicago rap. Yo. Yeah, it's too slow. I'm trying to figure out how I could like rap it fast. Yo. Once upon a time with a rhyme, I'm sitting here like every time I'm chilling like that motherfucker. Know you flipping sides, coming with the quickest ride, talking shit, you getting high and lifted with the motherfucking weed that's sifted. Come back like I'm gifted. Nah, that's not fast. Yo. It's hard to rap fast, just slow beat. Sands of time, this planet's mine. I'm coming back like damn designs. I'll be up in this bitch like you just know I fucking had my time. I'm rolling like I smoke that weed. I got that shit, I roll that down. Motherfuckers know that sign coming like I hold that down. Talking shit, you motherfucker know you just some fucking clown. Be up in this bitch like you motherfucking drown quick. Coming back like a motherfucker. Like a beer that you just pounding quick. Talking shit, motherfuckers drinking like you drowning it. Talking motherfucker, walking shit like nah, I can't think of anything cool. I'm just making up stupid shit. Yo, the new world order says you're just an order. That you're more scared and scurvy. Talk shit on your nerves like they thirsty motherfuckers. I don't know. Nah, I'm going back to this. Yo. It's the cat in the hat. Coming back to the rap. Coming back on the speaker. Yo, like I defeat ya on the microphone. Yo, chillin' like I'm a clone. Bonus. And you getting thrown off the motherfucking throne quick. Smoke weed like talking shit. And I toke it. And then I rap quick like I'm joking. Chillin' like, yo, I'm jump roping. I don't know. And that's the slogan. And I'm smoking weed, trying to be on Joe Rogan. Nah. Yo, then I stipulate, reiterate, I come quick with fate, talk shit like you exhibit hate. Yo, then I flip a script, talk shit with this, motherfucking shit like this is it. Quick to sit and chill, talk shit to keep it real. Yo, I don't know. Yeah, I better go back to the Jersey shit. Maybe Michael Jordan's watching right now. That'd be it. I think I've contracted Dunning-Kruger syndrome from Harry. No, I'm just joking. That's a bad joke. I'm just joking. Yo, like Dunning-Kruger, like Freddy Krueger, chilling with motherfucking Booger. No. Yo, you talking like you're the next GOAT? I heard that your mom's got strep throat from doing nasty shit, and I'm coming back with it, rapid, quick. I don't know. I got nothing. Yo, one day I'm rocking the mic like bulls on parade, and I'm chilling like I'm so faded, coming back like I'm a. I don't know. The camera always go off. Okay, I'm going back to this one. Nah, I'm going back to this one. Wikipedia, John Ernest Kiwi. Yo, it's John Ernest Keeley. He's brainwashing you like Jerry Garcia with Steely. Nah. I'm going back to this again. Well, I guess. And this one. Yo. That's I'm smoking a partial cigarette. Yo, I smoke tobacco and act slow. I say get back though. Yo, one time I had dough, then I spent it. It all went quick when I lent it. Yo, go back to the casino and send it. Yo, blend it back in. Yo. Let me just figure it out. Yeah. bad joke for me to smoke cigarettes as a joke. Alright, you just not smoke a cigarette. Again, maybe I can like hypnotize myself when I smoke cigarettes. Doesn't seem this difficult to quit before. Yo, I smoke a cigarette, make a quicker bet, take a Nicorette, write a thicker check, yo, and hit a quick select, and I start it, yo, throw in words the farthest, yo, nah, I'm going to sleep. Alright, peace out, hit the like button.